Effective communication is not just about speaking or listening. It is about connecting, understanding, and influencing the people around you in ways that truly matter. Every word you say, every gesture you make, and every response you give shapes your relationships, your opportunities, and your success. This audiobook will guide you step by step to improve how you express yourself, how you listen, and how you build trust with others. You will learn practical habits that you can use every day to inspire confidence, resolve conflicts, and strengthen connections with family, friends, and colleagues. By the end, you will have the tools to speak clearly, respond calmly, and communicate with intention, creating deeper bonds and opening doors you may have never imagined. Stay with this guide and discover the small daily actions that make a big difference in how others see you and how effectively you influence the world around you. Chapter 1. Build trust through honest words and consistent actions. Trust is the foundation of every strong relationship and the cornerstone of all lasting success. Without trust, no amount of charm, intelligence, or skill can carry a person very far. People may listen to your words for a while, but if they sense inconsistency between what you say and what you do, the bond begins to break down. On the other hand, when your words align with your actions, you send a powerful message to others that you are reliable, dependable, and worthy of their confidence. Building trust is not something that happens overnight. It requires patience, honesty, and repeated demonstration of integrity in small and large ways. When we think about communication, many assume it begins with speaking or listening. But in truth, the heart of communication is trust. If someone does not trust you, they may hear your words, but they will not believe them. They may nod in agreement, but doubt lingers in their mind. Trust transforms words into meaningful connection. It makes advice worth listening to, promises worth believing, and relationships worth protecting. That is why the first and most important step toward effective communication is to build trust through honest words and consistent actions. Honesty is more than telling the truth when asked a direct question. It is a way of living where your speech reflects reality without distortion. People often think small exaggerations or half-truths are harmless, but each time honesty is compromised, trust weakens. For example, if you tell a friend you will arrive at 7, but you consistently show up late without explanation, your words lose credibility. Even though you may not consider this a serious lie, over time it chips away at the belief that you are reliable. On the other hand, when your words are steady and match your behavior, people feel safe around you. They no longer have to guess whether you mean what you say, because your track record proves it. Consistency is equally essential. One act of honesty is not enough to build trust. It is the repeated alignment of words and actions that convinces people that your character can be counted on. Imagine a colleague who praises teamwork during meetings but avoids helping others when it is inconvenient. No matter how persuasive his speeches may sound, the inconsistency destroys his credibility. Contrast this with a colleague who not only speaks about teamwork, but also steps in to assist even when it is difficult. Over time, the second person's reputation becomes solid because their behavior confirms their words. In personal relationships, trust is the glue that keeps bonds strong. Couples, friends, and families thrive when honesty and consistency guide communication. When a partner knows that promises are kept, when children know that parents follow through on their word, when friends know that loyalty is not just spoken but shown, the relationship deepens. People often long for closeness, but underestimate how much that closeness depends on reliability. Without trust, love feels uncertain. With trust, even challenges become easier to face together. To practice honesty, it is important to pay attention to everyday speech. Do your words match reality? Do you speak with clarity, or do you hide uncomfortable truths behind vague statements? Honesty sometimes requires courage because the truth can be difficult, but people respect those who speak truth with kindness. For example, telling a friend their decision may harm them is uncomfortable, but if you do it with care, they will value your sincerity. Avoiding the conversation may feel easier, but silence can betray trust more than honest words ever could. Consistency requires discipline. Many want to be seen as reliable but fail to follow through on commitments. The solution is to avoid making promises you cannot keep. It is better to commit to fewer things and complete them faithfully than to overpromise and underdeliver. Consistency also means aligning private actions with public words. Integrity is revealed when no one is watching. If you speak about honesty and respect, but behave differently in secret, eventually your true self will surface and damage trust. Discipline helps you stay aligned with your values regardless of circumstances. Real-world application of these principles begins in small ways. At work, meet deadlines you agree to. If challenges arise, communicate them openly instead of hiding them. In friendships, keep appointments and show up when you say you will. In family life, follow through on commitments to your children or spouse, even when you feel tired or distracted. Each small act of reliability accumulates into a reputation of trustworthiness. People remember patterns more than isolated incidents. One mistake can be forgiven if it is not part of a habit, but repeated inconsistency teaches others not to rely on you. When mistakes happen, and they will, honesty is the path back to trust. Everyone fails to meet expectations at some point, but how you respond determines whether trust can be repaired. If you try to cover up mistakes, excuses may protect you for a short time, but long-term damage increases. Admitting the mistake openly and taking responsibility demonstrates respect for the other person and shows that your word still matters. People often forgive mistakes faster than they forgive dishonesty. Taking ownership strengthens relationships because it proves that your commitment to truth is greater than your desire to appear perfect. Trust also requires transparency in motives. If your words serve hidden agendas, people eventually sense it. Manipulation may bring short-term advantage, but it destroys long-term credibility. Genuine communication seeks mutual understanding, not personal gain at the expense of others. Being transparent does not mean revealing every detail of your private life, but it does mean aligning your intentions with fairness and respect. When people believe that your motives are sincere, they engage with you more openly. A Stoic approach to trust reminds us that external recognition is beyond our control, but integrity is within our control. You cannot force others to trust you, but you can live in such a way that trust naturally grows. Each day presents an opportunity to practice honesty, to align actions with words, and to discipline yourself to keep commitments. The Stoic view teaches that trustworthiness is not only a gift to others, but also a form of self-respect. Living in harmony with truth gives you peace of mind. You no longer carry the burden of pretending or hiding. You stand firm in your integrity, and that inner stability becomes a source of strength in every interaction. Trust in leadership is especially crucial. A leader without trust is powerless, no matter the title or authority. Teams follow leaders they believe in, and belief is built by consistent action. If you want to influence others, begin by keeping your word in small matters. Do not expect loyalty without demonstrating reliability. Great leaders are remembered not for their speeches, but for their steady example. They embody the values they speak of, and that alignment inspires others to follow. To cultivate trust in your daily life, begin with reflection. At the end of each day, review your words and actions. Ask yourself if they aligned. Did you make a promise and follow through? Did you speak honestly, even when it was difficult? Did your actions reflect your values? Honest reflection prevents self-deception and guides improvement. Each day you can correct mistakes and strengthen consistency. Over time, this daily discipline builds a powerful character that others naturally respect. Practical steps can be applied immediately. First, commit to honesty even in small matters. Second, avoid making promises you cannot keep. Third, when you fail, admit it quickly and correct it. Fourth, live by the same standards privately and publicly. Fifth, communicate openly about your challenges instead of hiding them. These steps are simple but require persistence. By practicing them daily, you become someone whose words carry weight and whose presence inspires confidence. Trust once built should never be taken for granted. It must be protected through continued honesty and consistency. Relationships can take years to build, but moments to break. That is why discipline is essential. Each choice matters, even when tempted to bend the truth for comfort or convenience. Remember that short-term ease can cost long-term respect. Protect trust as one of your greatest assets, because once lost it is difficult to fully regain. The rewards of trust are profound. In relationships, trust brings closeness, security, and harmony. In business, trust brings opportunities, loyalty, and influence. In personal life, trust brings peace of mind and inner strength. The person who is trusted does not need to convince others with endless explanations, because their actions speak louder than words. Life becomes simpler because credibility opens doors that persuasion cannot. At its core, building trust through honest words and consistent actions is about choosing integrity over convenience. It is about valuing long-term respect over short-term comfort. It is about treating every word as a promise and every action as proof. It is about holding yourself accountable to the highest standard, even when no one is watching. If you live this way, you not only gain the trust of others, but also the trust of yourself. You develop confidence in your own discipline, knowing that your word means something. That confidence allows you to communicate with clarity, to lead with strength, and to build relationships that endure. Trust is not built in a single day, but each day offers the chance to strengthen it. By committing to honesty and consistency, you create a life marked by respect, connection, and lasting success. Chapter 2. Practice active listening to strengthen every conversation daily. Active listening is the most powerful tool you can use to transform every conversation into a meaningful connection. True communication is not just about talking or sharing ideas. It is about being fully present and fully engaged with the person in front of you. When you listen actively, you signal to others that their words matter, their experiences matter, and their feelings matter. This active attention builds respect, strengthens relationships, and opens doors to understanding that casual hearing alone can never achieve. Many people hear words but do not truly listen. They are thinking about what to say next, preparing a response, or letting their mind wander while the other person speaks. This kind of partial attention can damage trust and prevent deep connection. Active listening requires focus. It demands that you put aside distractions, suspend judgment, and commit entirely to understanding what the other person is trying to communicate. When you give someone this level of attention, you make them feel valued in a way that is unforgettable. Active listening begins with presence. It means turning your attention completely to the person speaking. It requires removing physical distractions such as phones, screens, or other tasks that divide your focus. It also requires mental discipline. Your mind must resist the temptation to plan your reply, criticize silently, or dismiss ideas before they are fully expressed. Presence communicates respect. It demonstrates that the conversation is important enough to demand your undivided focus. Another key element of active listening is observation. Paying attention to tone, body language, and facial expressions provides context that words alone may not convey. People often express feelings through subtle cues rather than explicit statements. A hesitant tone can reveal uncertainty, a tight jaw can indicate frustration, and a smile may mask tension. Observing these signals allows you to respond with sensitivity and insight. Understanding the whole message, not just the words, creates a deeper level of communication. To practice active listening effectively, start by listening without interruption. Resist the urge to interject, even with good intentions. Allow the speaker to finish fully before responding. When you do respond, show that you have absorbed what they said by paraphrasing or summarizing key points. Simple statements like "what I hear you saying is," or "it sounds like you felt," demonstrate that you are engaged and clarify understanding. This technique reduces misunderstandings and reinforces mutual respect. Asking clarifying questions is another way to enhance active listening. Questions show curiosity and interest without judgment. They help the speaker elaborate and reveal additional layers of thought and emotion. Effective questions are open-ended and non-confrontational. For example, asking "can you explain more about how that made you feel?" encourages depth while maintaining a supportive tone. Thoughtful questions demonstrate care and foster a dialogue where both parties feel heard and understood. Silence is a tool that strengthens active listening. Pausing before responding allows the speaker to reflect and often encourages them to share more. It also signals that you are considering their words carefully rather than rushing to reply. Silence can feel uncomfortable initially, but when used intentionally, it deepens understanding and communicates respect for the speaker's thoughts. Active listening also requires empathy. To listen well, you must try to step into the other person's perspective without judgment or immediate evaluation. Empathy involves imagining the situation from their viewpoint, recognizing their emotions, and acknowledging their experience. Statements like "I can see why you felt that way" validate the speaker's perspective without necessarily agreeing with every point. Empathy builds trust and encourages more open and honest communication. Avoiding distractions is essential in every conversation. Environmental distractions like noise or interruptions can interfere, but internal distractions such as preconceptions or mental fatigue are equally harmful. To counter this, train yourself to notice when your attention drifts and gently bring it back to the speaker. Practicing mindfulness outside of conversations strengthens your ability to remain focused during interactions. The more consistently you can maintain attention, the more impactful your listening becomes. Active listening is not passive. It requires effort, discipline, and conscious choice. Body language reinforces listening. Lean slightly forward, maintain eye contact, and nod appropriately. These non-verbal cues show engagement and encourage the speaker to share more openly. Avoid gestures that suggest impatience or distraction, as they undermine the sense of connection. Physical alignment with the speaker enhances the perception of genuine interest. Applying active listening in professional settings can dramatically improve teamwork and collaboration. When colleagues feel heard, they are more willing to contribute ideas, share concerns, and cooperate towards solutions. Leaders who practice active listening foster loyalty, innovation, and problem-solving. Employees and team members respond to leaders who listen with respect and attention. A culture of listening strengthens morale and productivity. In personal relationships, active listening strengthens intimacy and emotional connection. Partners, friends, and family members feel valued when they are truly heard. Arguments are less likely to escalate when both parties feel understood. Misunderstandings diminish and meaningful dialogue increases. Regular practice of active listening in personal life creates an environment where people feel safe expressing their feelings without fear of judgment or dismissal. Active listening also enhances learning. When you pay full attention, you retain more information and gain deeper insight. Every conversation becomes an opportunity to learn about the world, others, and yourself. Observing patterns in behavior, understanding motivations, and recognizing emotional cues provide knowledge that is both practical and profound. This skill transforms ordinary conversations into powerful sources of personal growth. To maintain consistency, integrate active listening into daily life intentionally. Start each conversation with the mindset of learning rather than responding. Practice patience and avoid interrupting. Take mental notes on what is shared and reflect afterward on the speaker's perspective. Over time, active listening becomes a habit, and its impact compounds. People notice the difference in your attentiveness, reliability, and empathy. Active listening also requires humility. You must accept that your interpretation may not always be correct. Be willing to admit when you misunderstand and seek clarification. Avoid assumptions and judgments that block understanding. A humble listener prioritizes comprehension over proving a point or asserting authority. This mindset creates space for open and honest dialogue. Technology can both hinder and help active listening. Notifications, messages, and screens compete for attention, but digital tools can also support clarity. Video calls or messaging platforms require more deliberate focus because visual or vocal cues may be limited. In these cases, summarizing and confirming understanding becomes even more critical. Practicing attentive listening in digital environments strengthens overall communication skills. Active listening fosters resilience in relationships. When people feel understood, they are more cooperative and less defensive. Tension decreases and problem-solving becomes collaborative. The listener gains perspective and emotional control, reducing reactive responses. This approach prevents conflicts from escalating and promotes harmony in personal and professional settings. The benefits of active listening extend beyond immediate interactions. It improves emotional intelligence by increasing awareness of both your own and others' feelings. It sharpens judgment, improves patience, and enhances problem-solving skills. Active listening strengthens social influence as people trust and respect those who engage attentively. The ripple effect of consistent practice touches every aspect of life, creating stronger connections and a more grounded presence. Daily practice of active listening requires commitment. Begin with brief interactions, focusing entirely on the other person without distractions. Gradually extend the duration and complexity of conversations. Seek feedback from trusted individuals on whether they feel heard. Adjust techniques as needed, and recognize that mastery develops incrementally. Each step builds competence and confidence. Active listening is transformative because it bridges the gap between words and understanding. It is a choice to value another person's experience, a discipline of attention, and a practice of empathy. The impact is profound. Relationships deepen, trust grows, conflicts diminish, and personal insight expands. Listening actively is not passive. It is an active investment in connection, clarity, and mutual respect. In every conversation, whether with strangers, colleagues, or loved ones, the commitment to listen actively elevates the quality of interaction. Over time, people notice your presence, respect your input, and respond with greater honesty. Trust flourishes, collaboration strengthens, and meaningful relationships emerge naturally. The practice transforms not just conversations, but the way you are perceived in the world. Active listening is a daily exercise of discipline and care. It requires full engagement, focused attention, empathy, and humility. By applying these principles consistently, Every conversation becomes an opportunity to strengthen bonds, gain insight, and create influence. It is a skill that impacts personal growth, professional success, and the depth of human connection. To listen actively is to honor the person in front of you. It is to give time, focus, and understanding without expectation. This skill does not just improve communication, it transforms character. It builds patience, empathy, and self-awareness. It cultivates resilience in relationships and fosters an environment where honesty and trust can thrive. The listener becomes someone people turn to for guidance, support, and understanding because they know they will be heard fully and sincerely. Mastering active listening is not instantaneous. It requires repetition, mindfulness, and deliberate effort. Every day presents new opportunities to practice at home, at work, or in casual encounters. Each conversation is a chance to refine the skill, deepen relationships, and create meaningful connections. Over time, the habit of active listening becomes second nature, elevating your presence in every interaction and building a life defined by trust, respect, and understanding. This dedication to listening transforms life entirely. People respond to genuine attention with openness and trust. Misunderstandings decrease, collaborations flourish, and emotional bonds strengthen. Personal growth accelerates because learning comes from attentive observation and reflection. Active listening is not a passive skill, but an active discipline, requiring intention, patience, and empathy. It is one of the most powerful practices to improve relationships, influence others positively, and achieve meaningful success. The journey toward active listening is continuous. Each conversation, each interaction, and each encounter is an opportunity to practice presence, empathy, and attentiveness. With patience and consistent effort, listening actively becomes a defining feature of your character. People remember how it feels to be truly heard, and in return, you gain the deepest form of respect and connection. The power of listening is transformative, and those who master it unlock a lifetime of stronger relationships, personal growth, and genuine influence. Active listening is the bridge that turns simple words into lasting understanding, shallow connection into deep trust, and ordinary conversation into meaningful dialogue. It demands focus, presence, and empathy, but rewards you with relationships that endure, respect that strengthens over time, and influence that comes naturally. Every person you encounter has something valuable to share. By listening actively, you honor that value, enhance your own wisdom, and build a life of trust, connection, and true communication mastery. This skill, practiced daily, reshapes the way you interact with the world. It builds patience, fosters respect, and creates the conditions for profound connection. It empowers you to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively, to understand instead of assuming, and to connect instead of merely speaking. Active listening is not simply a tool, it is a lifestyle of attention, care, and consistent action that brings clarity, depth, and meaning to every conversation you engage in. The commitment to active listening transforms every exchange into an opportunity to strengthen relationships and foster understanding. It requires presence, empathy, patience, and discipline. Each conversation becomes a chance to deepen trust, gain insight, and cultivate mutual respect. This practice is foundational to effective communication and personal growth. Those who master it create lasting influence, stronger bonds, and a life defined by clarity, understanding, and meaningful connection. Every interaction holds potential. Every word carries significance. By committing to active listening, you engage fully with the world around you, elevate the quality of your relationships, and strengthen your ability to navigate life with wisdom and insight. Listening actively is the pathway to influence, respect, and enduring personal growth. It is not a temporary skill, but a lifelong discipline that transforms conversations into connection, knowledge into understanding, and attention into trust. The practice of active listening shapes character. It reinforces discipline, deepens empathy, and enhances self-awareness. It allows you to respond with clarity rather than react impulsively. It strengthens personal and professional relationships and creates an environment where honest communication thrives. By dedicating yourself to this practice, you develop a presence that others trust, respect, and value. Active listening is the foundation of all meaningful interaction, and mastery of this skill empowers you to create stronger connections, influence others positively, and achieve success through understanding and attention. Engage fully in every conversation, observe attentively, respond thoughtfully, and allow silence to deepen understanding. Ask questions to clarify, reflect to confirm, and remain humble to embrace learning. Active listening is a choice that demands attention, effort, and care, but it rewards you with trust, insight, and connection. Those who cultivate this discipline become magnets of influence, respect, and wisdom. Conversations transform into opportunities for growth, understanding, and deeper relationships. The commitment to active listening is the commitment to a life of meaningful connection and consistent personal improvement. The habit of listening actively transforms your presence in the world. People are drawn to those who listen because they feel valued, understood, and respected. Your relationships improve, your insights deepen, and your influence grows naturally. The quality of your life and your success is directly linked to the quality of your listening. Each interaction becomes a stepping stone to greater understanding, stronger bonds, and a life characterized by attention, respect, and empathy. Active listening is the discipline that converts attention into understanding, words into connection, and moments into meaningful engagement. By practicing this skill daily, you strengthen relationships, enhance personal growth, and increase your capacity to influence and inspire. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to connect, and to act with clarity. Those who master active listening become not only better communicators, but wiser individuals, capable of navigating life with deeper understanding, stronger bonds, and lasting impact. The dedication to active listening redefines communication. It transforms simple exchanges into powerful opportunities for connection. It requires focus, patience, and intentionality, but the rewards are profound. Every person you engage with becomes a source of insight, trust grows naturally, and relationships flourish. Active listening is more than a skill. It is a lifestyle of attention, care, and disciplined presence that shapes your character, deepens your connections, and elevates your influence. The practice of active listening enhances every dimension of life. It strengthens trust, deepens understanding, improves emotional intelligence, and builds stronger bonds. It teaches patience, empathy, and humility. Each conversation becomes a chance to practice discipline and refine your character. By engaging fully and responding thoughtfully, you create an environment of respect, clarity, and meaningful interaction. Active listening is transformative, cultivating a life of trust, influence, and profound personal growth. True mastery of active listening turns everyday conversations into life-changing interactions. It requires dedication, mindfulness, and deliberate practice. Those who embrace it become better leaders, more empathetic friends, and wiser individuals. Listening actively opens the door to understanding, strengthens relationships, and allows influence to grow naturally. By practicing presence, empathy, and attention, you create a life of deeper connection, greater trust, and continuous personal improvement. Active listening is the foundation of all effective communication. It requires patience, focus, empathy, and discipline. Each conversation becomes an opportunity to learn, connect, and strengthen trust. The cumulative effect of daily practice transforms character, deepens relationships, and builds influence. Listening with intention is a choice that yields profound rewards, shaping both personal and professional life in meaningful and lasting ways. Each day presents countless opportunities to practice active listening. From brief exchanges to extended conversations, your attention, empathy, and focus determine the quality of connection. By committing to this practice, you cultivate trust, understanding, and respect. Your relationships improve, your personal growth accelerates, and your presence becomes more powerful. Active listening is a deliberate choice, a daily discipline, and a transformative habit that shapes your life, enhances your communication, and strengthens every connection you form. The power of active listening lies not in what you say, but in how fully you hear. It requires focus, patience, and empathy. Each conversation becomes a chance to understand, to connect, and to strengthen relationships. By practicing active listening consistently, you cultivate trust, deepen bonds, and create a life where communication is effective, connections are meaningful, and personal growth is continuous. Listening attentively is one of the most impactful decisions you can make for your relationships, your influence, and your life. Active listening is a practice that demands dedication and attention, but offers extraordinary rewards. It transforms communication, strengthens relationships, and enhances personal growth. By engaging fully, responding thoughtfully, and observing carefully, you build trust, deepen understanding, and create meaningful connections. Mastering this discipline allows you to influence positively, navigate challenges with clarity, and cultivate a life characterized by connection, respect, and continuous improvement. Every conversation is an opportunity to practice active listening. Each interaction is a chance to build trust, demonstrate empathy, and strengthen understanding. By committing to focus, patience, and presence, you transform ordinary exchanges into powerful connections. This discipline fosters respect, enhances influence, and accelerates personal growth. Active listening is a lifelong practice that shapes character, strengthens relationships, and unlocks opportunities for success, fulfillment, and meaningful communication. The ability to listen actively elevates every aspect of life. It nurtures relationships, strengthens trust, improves decision-making, and enhances emotional intelligence. Each moment spent listening fully is an investment in understanding, empathy, and respect. Practicing this skill daily transforms your presence, deepens connections, and increases your influence. Active listening is not simply hearing words. It is engaging fully, responding thoughtfully, and creating a life defined by clarity, connection, and meaningful communication. Every encounter offers the chance to listen deeply, understand fully, and respond wisely. By committing to active listening, you cultivate patience, empathy, and insight. Relationships strengthen, trust grows, and personal growth accelerates. The practice of listening attentively shapes character, enhances communication, and builds influence. Each conversation becomes a vehicle for connection, understanding, and impact, demonstrating the transformative power of active listening in daily life. Active listening is the discipline that converts attention into understanding, words into connection, and moments into meaningful engagement. By practicing this skill consistently, you strengthen relationships, enhance personal growth, and create opportunities for influence. Every conversation becomes a chance to learn, connect, and act with clarity. Those who master active listening become not only better communicators, but wiser individuals capable of navigating life with understanding, stronger bonds, and lasting impact. The commitment to active listening redefines communication. It transforms exchanges into meaningful connections, requiring focus, patience, and deliberate attention. The rewards are profound: insight, trust, strengthened relationships, and enhanced influence. By practicing listening attentively, you create a life characterized by empathy, clarity, and disciplined presence. Conversations become opportunities for growth, understanding, and deep connection, demonstrating the power of listening actively in shaping character and relationships. Listening actively is not a passive task, but a conscious discipline that strengthens understanding, builds trust, and enhances influence. By focusing fully on the speaker, observing nonverbal cues, asking clarifying questions, and responding thoughtfully, you elevate the quality of every interaction. This practice nurtures empathy, strengthens emotional intelligence, and fosters stronger personal and professional relationships. Active listening is a skill that transforms communication into connection and conversation into lasting impact. Each conversation is a chance to practice patience, empathy, and presence. By listening actively, you honor the other person's perspective, reinforce trust, and deepen relationships. This discipline enhances character, strengthens understanding, and creates an environment where communication is meaningful and impactful. Active listening is a lifelong habit that shapes your influence, enriches your connections, and fosters continuous personal growth. The power of active listening is in its ability to transform ordinary exchanges into profound experiences. It requires full attention, empathy, and thoughtful responses. When practiced consistently, it strengthens relationships, builds trust, and improves understanding. Active listening cultivates patience, enhances character, and opens opportunities. Chapter 3. Speak clearly to express thoughts without confusion. Clarity in speech is the gateway to influence, understanding, and meaningful connection. When words are muddled, hesitation dominates, and confusion seeps into every interaction. Speaking clearly is not merely about using correct grammar or enunciating perfectly. It is about expressing thoughts in a way that others can immediately grasp and act upon. Clear communication eliminates misunderstandings, fosters respect, and strengthens relationships, both personally and professionally. Every time you speak, you have an opportunity to create impact, and clarity ensures that your impact is intentional and effective. To speak clearly, it is essential to understand your own thoughts first. Many people struggle to articulate ideas because their mind is cluttered with unorganized concepts or conflicting emotions. Before speaking, take a moment to organize your ideas. Determine the core message you want to convey and the outcome you desire from the conversation. When you know what you want to communicate, your words become precise, purposeful, and persuasive. Thought organization is the foundation of clarity because a confused mind cannot produce coherent speech. Another critical aspect of clear communication is simplicity. Complicated words, excessive jargon, or long-winded explanations obscure meaning rather than enhance it. People respond better to straightforward language that conveys the essence of your message without distraction. Using simple, familiar words does not diminish intelligence. It demonstrates mastery and understanding of your own ideas. Simplicity ensures that your message reaches a broader audience and leaves a lasting impression. Pacing and tone are equally important. Speaking too fast causes listeners to miss key points, while speaking too slowly may disengage attention. A moderate pace, combined with a tone that matches the content, makes communication compelling and digestible. Tone conveys emotion, emphasis, and intent. It ensures that the listener understands not only the words, but also the context and importance of the message. Practicing modulation helps maintain listener engagement and reinforces the meaning behind every sentence. Pronunciation and enunciation play a vital role in clarity. Even when ideas are well structured, unclear articulation can distort the message. Take care to pronounce words correctly, and articulation can distort the message. Take care to pronounce words correctly, and articulation can distort the message. Clear articulation demonstrates professionalism and confidence, signaling that your ideas deserve attention and respect. When listeners easily understand your words, they are more likely to trust your knowledge and intentions. Structuring your speech logically enhances comprehension. Begin with a main idea or key point, provide supporting details, and conclude with a summarizing statement. This structure prevents confusion and keeps the listener focused. Logical flow allows complex topics to be broken down into digestible parts. Each segment reinforces the central message, making retention and understanding easier. When your audience can follow the progression of thought effortlessly, your communication is powerful and memorable. Active engagement with the audience strengthens clarity. Observe reactions, listen to questions, and adapt explanations when confusion arises. Clarifying misunderstandings immediately prevents frustration and ensures that the intended message is received. Effective communicators remain flexible, adjusting language, examples, or emphasis in response to feedback. This interaction demonstrates attentiveness and a commitment to genuine understanding, further reinforcing the clarity of communication. Preparation is key to clear expression. When speaking about important topics, outline your points in advance. Practice key phrases or examples that illustrate your message. Preparedness minimizes hesitation, reduces filler words, and increases confidence. People respond positively to speakers who deliver messages with assurance, precision, and coherence. Even impromptu conversations benefit from a habit of mental rehearsal, which organizes ideas and promotes clear articulation under pressure. Confidence enhances clarity because uncertainty breeds ambiguity. When you hesitate, mumble, or overcompensate with unnecessary elaboration, your audience senses doubt. Speaking with conviction demonstrates mastery of the subject and inspires trust. Confidence stems from preparation, understanding, and self-awareness. Even when admitting uncertainty, expressing it clearly and honestly maintains credibility while reinforcing clarity. Audiences value honesty when paired with coherent explanation rather than confusion or evasion. Body language complements verbal clarity. Facial expressions, gestures, and posture reinforce spoken words. A confident stance, deliberate movements, and consistent eye contact enhance comprehension by signaling attention and intent. Mismatched nonverbal cues create confusion and dilute the impact of words. Synchronizing body language with speech ensures that your message is received in full clarity, strengthening both meaning and presence. Eliminating filler words is another crucial practice. Frequent use of like, or interrupts the flow and diminishes the perceived confidence of the speaker. Awareness of these habits allows you to replace hesitation with purposeful pauses. Pauses create space for the listener to absorb information and for you to collect your thoughts, enhancing clarity and impact simultaneously. Silence is often more powerful than unnecessary repetition or cluttered phrasing. Storytelling enhances clarity when applied purposefully. Illustrating abstract points with concrete examples helps others visualize and grasp the idea quickly. Relevant stories, analogies, or real-life examples simplify complex concepts, making them more relatable and easier to understand. The key is ensuring that stories support the central message without introducing tangential information that distracts from clarity. Strategic storytelling strengthens both comprehension and retention. Feedback reinforces clear communication. Seeking input from colleagues, friends, or mentors helps identify areas where your speech may be misunderstood. Constructive feedback allows you to refine vocabulary, pacing, and structure. Listening to how others perceive your communication highlights blind spots and provides actionable insight for improvement. Continuous adaptation based on feedback ensures that clarity becomes a consistent feature of your communication style. Eliminating assumptions improves clarity. Do not assume that the listener shares the same background knowledge or perspective. Provide context when necessary and explain terms or concepts that may be unfamiliar. Anticipate potential areas of confusion and address them preemptively. Clear communication accounts for the listener's understanding, not just the speaker's intention. This habit prevents misinterpretation and fosters mutual comprehension. Adaptability in language enhances clarity across diverse audiences. Different people process information in different ways. Some prefer direct statements, others benefit from illustrative examples or step-by-step explanations. Reading the room and adjusting speech patterns ensures that your message is accessible and impactful. Adapting without compromising your core message demonstrates both awareness and mastery of effective communication. Regular practice sharpens clarity over time. Daily exercises such as summarizing thoughts before speaking, reading aloud, and recording oneself can highlight areas for improvement. Consistent self-assessment builds precision, confidence, and fluency. Like any skill, clarity requires repetition and conscious effort. The more intentional you are, the more natural and effective your communication becomes. Listening to others and observing how they articulate ideas also strengthens clarity. Notice patterns of effective communication, how sentences are structured, and how emphasis is applied. Incorporate these observations into your own speech to enhance coherence. Learning from skilled communicators provides practical templates that can be adapted to personal style. Observation combined with practice accelerates mastery. Clarity reduces stress in interactions. Misunderstandings often cause frustration, conflict, and wasted time. By speaking clearly, you minimize the potential for confusion and ensure that objectives are understood. Clear communication saves energy, builds respect, and creates an environment where collaboration thrives. People are more willing to engage and cooperate when instructions, intentions, or explanations are expressed without ambiguity. Clarity builds credibility. When your ideas are expressed with precision, consistency, and confidence, people perceive you as knowledgeable and competent. Clear communication conveys professionalism, reliability, and authority. Whether in leadership, team projects, or personal relationships, clarity positions you as someone whose words carry weight and whose input can be trusted. Clarity in speech also nurtures personal growth. Organizing thoughts, choosing words intentionally, and expressing ideas effectively strengthens cognitive skills. The act of translating complex thoughts into understandable language refines reasoning, analytical ability, and self-awareness. Over time, clear expression enhances both internal thinking and external communication, creating alignment between mind and words. The habit of speaking clearly transforms interactions into opportunities for influence, learning, and connection. Each conversation becomes a platform to demonstrate understanding, respect, and competence. Clear communication fosters collaboration, resolves conflicts efficiently, and strengthens trust. By committing to clarity, you elevate the quality of your presence, impact, and relationships. Speaking clearly is a discipline that requires awareness, practice, and continuous refinement. It combines preparation, structured thought, intentional word choice, confident delivery, adaptive style, and responsive feedback. The benefits extend beyond individual interactions, shaping reputation, enhancing influence, and building meaningful connections. Mastery of clear communication empowers you to express your ideas with authority, inspire action, and achieve long-term personal and professional success. Every word carries weight. Every sentence creates perception. Speaking clearly ensures that your message is understood, valued, and acted upon. Through deliberate effort, consistent practice, and mindful delivery, clarity becomes a defining characteristic of your communication. The power to express thoughts without confusion opens doors, strengthens relationships, and transforms the impact you have on every person you encounter. Clear speech is not a gift reserved for a few. It is a skill that can be cultivated. Focus on organizing thoughts, using simple language, controlling tone and pace, monitoring non-verbal cues, and seeking feedback. Each conversation is an opportunity to refine this skill and solidify your influence. By committing to clarity, you elevate every interaction, foster understanding, and demonstrate mastery over your communication. The discipline of speaking clearly turns ideas into understanding, instructions into action, and discussions into solutions. It is a tool for leadership, connection, and influence. Every conversation becomes a chance to create clarity, demonstrate competence, and leave a lasting impression. Mastery of clear communication strengthens relationships, enhances respect, and drives success in every area of life. By expressing thoughts without confusion, you align intent with perception, reducing misunderstandings and building trust. Each interaction becomes meaningful, purposeful, and effective. Speaking clearly is not only about being understood, it is about creating influence, fostering connection, and shaping outcomes. The effort invested in mastering this skill pays dividends in personal growth, professional achievement, and the strength of every relationship you engage in. Clarity is the bridge between thought and action, intention and understanding. Through preparation, structure, tone, vocabulary, observation, and responsiveness, speaking clearly ensures that every message is delivered with precision and impact. It is a daily practice, a lifelong discipline, and an essential component of effective communication. Those who master it gain respect, influence, and the ability to create lasting change through words alone. When clarity guides every word, every sentence becomes a tool for understanding, influence, and connection. Speaking without confusion strengthens relationships, builds credibility, and facilitates growth. It empowers you to communicate with purpose, lead with authority, and inspire trust. The pursuit of clarity in speech transforms conversations into meaningful exchanges and lays the foundation for a life marked by effective communication and lasting impact. Chapter 4. Use positive words to inspire people around you. Positive words have the power to change energy, shape moods, and transform the world around you. Every word you speak carries weight, influences emotions, and leaves an impression that lasts far beyond the moment it is uttered. Choosing words intentionally to inspire and uplift others is not just a courtesy, it is a strategic practice that cultivates trust, encouragement, and connection. When positivity guides your speech, it becomes a tool to empower, motivate, and create environments where people feel seen, valued, and capable. The first step to using positive words effectively is awareness. Observe your language carefully. Many people speak habitually, letting negative or careless words slip without consideration of their impact. Words like can't, impossible, or never carry subtle limits that restrict thinking and dampen motivation. Replace these with constructive alternatives that open possibilities, spark creativity, and encourage action. Conscious word choice transforms ordinary communication into a force for good. Positive language begins with intention. Before speaking, consider the outcome you wish to create. Are your words designed to uplift, inform, or encourage growth? Words that inspire are deliberate, not accidental. Framing statements in a constructive manner conveys clarity and purpose, while reinforcing optimism. For instance, instead of saying "this will be difficult," you might say, "this is a challenge we can overcome together." Intentional language shapes perception and fosters confidence in those who hear it. Confidence in delivery reinforces positivity. Words alone carry meaning, but tone and conviction amplify their effect. Speaking with assurance, warmth, and enthusiasm signals sincerity. People respond to the energy behind the words just as much as to the words themselves. When your voice conveys belief, encouragement, and respect, listeners are more receptive, motivated, and willing to engage. Positive language paired with confident delivery becomes a catalyst for action. Specificity strengthens impact. General compliments or vague encouragement often fade quickly. Specific acknowledgement of effort, progress, or achievement resonates more deeply. Highlighting particular strengths or contributions communicates attentiveness and genuine care. Saying, "Your presentation was well organized and clear," creates a tangible sense of accomplishment, whereas simply stating "good job" may go unnoticed. Precise, positive words validate effort and reinforce desirable behaviors. Active encouragement fuels confidence. Words that recognize potential, affirm ability, and inspire effort create momentum. Statements like "you have the skills to succeed" or "I believe in your capabilities" empower others to take initiative and embrace challenges. Encouragement does not ignore reality or dismiss difficulty. It acknowledges obstacles while emphasizing strengths and possibilities. Positive words guide people toward growth rather than discouraging them through criticism or doubt. Mindful framing turns challenges into opportunities. Even when addressing difficulties, the words chosen can inspire resilience rather than defeat. Instead of focusing on failure or limitations, frame situations as opportunities for learning, development, or improvement. Language that emphasizes solutions over problems shifts perspective, energizes collaboration, and promotes proactive behavior. The way challenges are described affects the motivation and mindset of everyone involved. Consistency in positivity builds trust and influence. When people know that your words consistently uplift and encourage, they develop confidence in your communication. Consistent positive language creates a reliable emotional environment, reducing anxiety and increasing openness. People gravitate toward those who reinforce optimism, provide constructive feedback, and focus on possibilities rather than problems. Your words become a foundation for trust, motivation, and cooperative engagement. Listening before responding enhances the power of positive words. Understanding the context, emotions, and needs of the person you are speaking to ensures that encouragement is meaningful and appropriate. Words aligned with genuine understanding resonate more deeply than generic platitudes. Active engagement, combined with thoughtful, positive phrasing, demonstrates empathy and consideration, amplifying the impact of your speech. Positive words can transform leadership. Leaders who communicate with affirmation, clarity, and optimism foster team morale, engagement, and productivity. A leader's language shapes culture, influences attitudes, and sets the tone for collaboration. Encouraging statements, recognition of effort, and reinforcement of potential inspire individuals to contribute fully and take ownership of goals. The ripple effect of positive communication extends beyond individual interactions to shape entire groups and organizations. Everyday interactions present countless opportunities to inspire through words. Casual comments, greetings or responses carry subtle influence. Choosing words that uplift colleagues, friends or family reinforces connection and builds goodwill. Phrases like, "I appreciate your effort," "You handled that well," or "Your ideas are valuable," create an environment of respect, affirmation, and motivation. Small, consistent, positive expressions accumulate to create meaningful cultural and relational impact. The language of gratitude is a powerful form of positive speech. Expressing appreciation, recognition, and acknowledgement fosters trust, respect, and reciprocity. Words that convey genuine thanks strengthen relationships and reinforce desirable actions. Recognizing effort and contributions through clear, heartfelt words demonstrates attentiveness and nurtures collaboration. Gratitude expressed through language creates a culture of acknowledgement that inspires continued effort and engagement. Positive words also reduce conflict and tension. Communication often escalates disagreements when language is critical, dismissive, or confrontational. Choosing constructive, respectful, and encouraging phrasing diffuses tension and opens pathways to resolution. Phrasing that emphasizes collaboration and understanding rather than blame fosters productive dialogue and strengthens relationships. Language shapes the emotional environment, and positive words create conditions for cooperation, compromise, and shared problem-solving. Visualization through words enhances motivation. Descriptive, affirmative language helps others see potential outcomes and envision success. Phrases like, "Imagine the progress you can achieve," or "Picture how your effort will make a difference," create mental images that inspire action. Positive words coupled with vivid illustration activate imagination, increase engagement, and reinforce belief in possibilities. Thoughtful articulation of vision and potential energizes commitment and focus. Self-awareness strengthens the ability to use positive words effectively. Monitoring internal dialogue, recognizing habitual negative language, and consciously shifting to constructive phrasing cultivates authenticity. The words you choose reflect your mindset, and consistent self-reflection allows you to align your language with your intention to inspire and uplift. Authentic positive language resonates more deeply because it mirrors genuine belief and emotional integrity. Empowering questions support positive communication. Asking questions that guide reflection, encourage problem-solving, or highlight strengths fosters engagement and growth. Questions like, "What approach do you think will work best?" or "How can we build on your success?" shift focus toward capability and opportunity rather than limitation. Positive inquiry nurtures empowerment, critical thinking, and confidence, transforming interaction into active collaboration rather than passive observation. Storytelling amplifies the influence of positive words. Sharing examples of resilience, growth, and success illustrates the impact of constructive language. Stories contextualize encouragement, demonstrating possibilities and reinforcing belief in effort and potential. Positive narratives inspire action, provide guidance, and make abstract principles tangible. When stories align with the message, they deepen understanding, motivation, and emotional connection. Body language reinforces the message of positivity. Smiles, open posture, and attentive gestures amplify the meaning of encouraging words. Physical cues combined with verbal affirmation strengthen perception, credibility, and emotional resonance. Nonverbal alignment ensures that positive communication is received fully, creating consistency between intention and expression. Positive words cultivate resilience in others. Language that highlights ability, reinforces progress, and frames challenges constructively helps people navigate setbacks with determination. Encouragement fosters perseverance, self-confidence, and adaptive thinking. Words can inspire courage in moments of doubt and clarity in moments of confusion, creating a foundation for personal and collective growth. Consistency between words and actions enhances credibility. Positive language is powerful when reinforced by corresponding behavior. People notice when encouragement is sincere and backed by supportive actions. Aligning speech with deeds strengthens trust, increases influence, and demonstrates integrity. The combination of constructive words and responsible action creates an environment of reliability and motivation. Positive words leave a lasting legacy. The impact of encouragement, affirmation, and uplifting communication extends beyond immediate interactions. People remember how your words made them feel, how they inspired confidence, and how they created opportunities. Every conversation becomes a chance to influence mindset, strengthen relationships, and contribute to growth. Words, when chosen with care, have enduring power to shape perception, action, and culture. Developing the habit of using positive words requires practice, reflection, and intention. Regularly assess language patterns, replace negative phrasing with constructive alternatives, and seek opportunities to affirm others consistently. Over time, positive communication becomes natural, influential, and transformative. It shapes character, strengthens relationships, and fosters environments of motivation, trust, and respect. Speaking with positivity transforms interactions into opportunities for empowerment. It influences moods, inspires action, and fosters connection. Intentional word choice cultivates trust, resilience, and collaboration. Positive language elevates personal influence, strengthens leadership, and nurtures relationships. Every word becomes a tool to build confidence, inspire growth, and reinforce capability. The commitment to positive speech reshapes the environment around you. Each interaction becomes a moment to encourage, uplift, and empower. Language shapes perception, guides behavior, and creates emotional impact. Through consistent practice, positive words cultivate resilience, strengthen trust, and generate momentum toward achievement. Speaking with intentional positivity transforms ordinary communication into a force for inspiration and meaningful influence. Positive words are not superficial compliments, they are strategic tools that build, encourage, and uplift. They shape emotional climate, reinforce confidence, and motivate action. The deliberate use of constructive language transforms relationships, inspires engagement, and cultivates mutual respect. By choosing words carefully, you create a culture of positivity, influence outcomes, and strengthen both personal and professional connections. In every interaction, positive words carry the potential to change perspectives, encourage effort, and foster belief. They create an environment where individuals feel valued, capable, and inspired. Through mindful expression, affirmation, and encouragement, speech becomes a vehicle for growth, connection, and transformation. The power of positive words lies not just in what is said, but in how it shapes action, mindset, and human connection. Intentional, uplifting language elevates relationships, strengthens communication, and promotes personal and collective development. Positive words inspire courage, build confidence, and cultivate respect. They encourage collaboration, resilience, and progress. Each opportunity to speak becomes a chance to reinforce optimism, acknowledge effort, and guide others toward their potential. Choosing words thoughtfully transforms ordinary exchanges into lasting impact, influence, and meaningful connection. Positive words create momentum, shape perception, and inspire action. They foster trust, reinforce potential, and strengthen relationships. Through conscious practice, attention, and intentionality, language becomes a force for growth, motivation, and empowerment. Speaking with purpose and optimism transforms the way others experience you, interact with you, and respond to challenges. Words become tools for leadership, connection, and transformation. Consistent use of positive words cultivates an environment of encouragement, learning, and trust. Every conversation presents an opportunity to inspire confidence, recognize potential, and motivate action. Through thoughtful expression, affirmation, and constructive guidance, your speech shapes mindset, reinforces effort, and strengthens connection. Positive language transforms communication into influence, relationships into growth, and words into powerful catalysts for change. Chapter 5. Control emotions to respond calmly in tough moments. Mastering your emotions is the key to staying strong, focused, and effective in every challenge. Life constantly presents situations that test patience, resilience, and composure, and the way you respond determines outcomes far more than the events themselves. Emotional control is not about suppressing feelings, it is about understanding, managing, and channeling them productively so that you respond with clarity, logic, and purpose rather than reaction and regret. Every moment of calm response strengthens relationships, builds respect, and empowers decision-making. The first step in controlling emotions is self-awareness. Recognizing what you are feeling in the moment allows you to respond rather than react impulsively. Pay attention to physical cues such as tension, racing heartbeat, or shallow breathing, as these often signal heightened emotional states. Acknowledging emotions without judgment creates space for conscious choice. Awareness is the foundation of control, because you cannot manage what you fail to recognize. Pause before responding. In tough moments, the instinct is often to react immediately, but immediate reactions are rarely productive. A brief pause, even a few seconds, allows the mind to process the situation, weigh options, and consider consequences. This pause transforms instinctive reactions into thoughtful responses. Practicing this habit consistently strengthens self-control and cultivates a reputation for calmness under pressure. Focus on breath control to anchor composure. Conscious, deep breathing slows heart rate, relaxes muscles, and reduces the intensity of emotional impulses. Even under extreme stress, regulating breathing provides a reliable tool to regain control quickly. Breath awareness creates a mental reset that allows rational thinking to prevail over impulsive reactions. This simple technique is practical, immediate, and accessible in any environment. Shift perspective to manage emotional intensity. Emotions often escalate when situations are perceived as threats, injustices, or personal attacks. Reframing the situation by examining facts objectively, considering alternative viewpoints, and questioning assumptions diminishes emotional charge. Perspective allows you to evaluate what truly matters and respond proportionally rather than being driven solely by feeling. This cognitive approach reduces overreaction and promotes calm, strategic decision-making. Label your emotions internally. Naming feelings like frustration, anger, or anxiety reduces their grip on your mind. Acknowledgement through labeling activates the rational parts of the brain and diminishes the power of impulsive emotional responses. Identifying emotions helps clarify triggers, patterns, and appropriate strategies for response. This method encourages conscious action instead of instinctive reaction. Focus on what can be controlled. Tough moments often bring elements beyond your influence. Directing energy towards solutions, rather than lamenting uncontrollable factors, preserves composure and enhances problem-solving capacity. Acceptance of limitations prevents unnecessary stress while reinforcing proactive engagement. Concentrating on controllable aspects cultivates clarity, efficiency, and resilience. Pause and ask yourself questions before responding. Consider, what outcome am I aiming for? Or how will this response impact others? These questions shift attention from emotional reaction to intentional action. Purpose-driven responses prevent escalation, maintain relationships, and achieve goals. This disciplined approach to questioning cultivates rationality and reduces regret. Practice visualization to prepare for high-pressure situations. Mentally rehearsing how to remain composed under stress strengthens the mind's ability to execute calm responses in reality. Visualization builds confidence, familiarizes you with emotional triggers, and provides strategies for maintaining composure. This preparation transforms anxiety into readiness, turning potential chaos into controlled action. Develop empathy to temper emotional responses. Understanding perspectives, motivations, and pressures faced by others reduces emotional intensity and promotes constructive engagement. Empathy allows for responses that address both facts and feelings, fostering connection and collaboration rather than conflict. Recognizing others' humanity diminishes the likelihood of defensive or reactive behavior. Set internal boundaries to maintain calm. Establish limits on how much external stresses influence your emotional state. Protecting mental space ensures that reactions are measured and deliberate rather than overwhelmed by circumstance. Clear boundaries reinforce confidence, autonomy, and clarity in the midst of challenges. Reflect on past emotional responses to learn and grow. Consider situations where reactions led to negative outcomes and identify alternative approaches that could have preserved calm. Self-reflection transforms mistakes into lessons and strengthens emotional intelligence. Learning from experience cultivates wisdom and prepares you to respond more effectively in future challenges. Use physical movement strategically to manage emotions. A short walk, stretching or shifting posture can dissipate tension and reset mental focus. Physical action channels energy constructively and prevents internal pressure from escalating into impulsive behavior. Integrating movement as a tool for emotional regulation increases resilience and responsiveness. Communicate calmly even when emotions are high. Tone, word choice, and pacing influence how messages are received and whether conflict escalates. Speaking slowly, articulately, and respectfully maintains clarity and reduces tension in interactions. Calm communication reassures others, preserves dignity, and promotes productive dialogue. Establish routines that support emotional balance. Regular sleep, nutrition, exercise, and mindfulness practices strengthen resilience and prevent emotional exhaustion. Well-maintained physical and mental health directly enhances the ability to respond thoughtfully under stress. Daily habits create a foundation for sustained composure. Detach from the need to be right in heated moments. Often, strong emotional reactions stem from defending ego or proving superiority. Prioritizing resolution and understanding over winning maintains calm, strengthens relationships, and encourages cooperation. Detachment fosters rational thought and reduces unnecessary conflict. Practice gratitude to regulate emotional intensity. Focusing on what is positive in your life shifts perspective, diminishes negativity, and increases emotional stability. Gratitude interrupts cycles of frustration and resentment, promoting balanced responses even in adversity. Positive reflection strengthens mindset and enhances composure. Learn to pause conversations when necessary. If emotions are overwhelming, requesting a brief break prevents escalation and allows time for mental clarity. Returning to discussions with a calm demeanor increases the likelihood of resolution and mutual understanding. Strategic pauses are a sign of strength, not avoidance. Build resilience through small daily challenges. Handling minor irritations, stresses, and inconveniences with composure prepares the mind for larger difficulties. Regular practice of emotional regulation in everyday life strengthens response patterns and reduces susceptibility to intense reactions. Incremental discipline cultivates consistency in calm behavior. Adopt a mindset of observation rather than reaction, viewing situations objectively, noting emotional triggers, and analyzing potential consequences creates mental distance. This detachment allows for thoughtful responses rather than impulsive actions. Observational mindset enhances control, insight, and effectiveness in managing difficult moments. Surround yourself with influences that model calm behavior. Observing and learning from individuals who respond rationally and composedly reinforces personal habits of emotional regulation. Positive modeling accelerates learning and creates supportive environments for disciplined responses. Emotional control is a skill that grows through practice, reflection, and intention. Each challenge provides an opportunity to refine patience, manage impulses, and respond with wisdom. Self-discipline in emotional management strengthens personal authority, nurtures trust, and improves decision-making under pressure. The benefits extend across relationships, work, and personal growth, creating stability in both internal and external environments. Remaining calm in tough moments enhances leadership, influence, and resilience. Composed individuals inspire confidence, maintain clarity in crisis, and encourage cooperative problem-solving. Emotional mastery allows for measured responses, preserves energy, and transforms adversity into actionable insight. Calmness becomes a strategic advantage that others respect and follow. Controlling emotions empowers you to act with purpose rather than reaction. It enables problem-solving, maintains integrity, and strengthens relationships even under stress. Discipline in emotional response cultivates respect, trust, and influence while fostering personal growth. Mastery over emotion is not a passive trait, but an active choice that shapes outcomes, strengthens character, and drives success. The ability to respond calmly under pressure transforms challenges into opportunities for growth, insight, and connection. Each interaction handled with composure strengthens reputation, fosters cooperation, and enhances personal effectiveness. By prioritizing emotional control, you ensure that actions reflect intention, wisdom, and resilience. Calm response is the hallmark of strength, strategy, and lasting influence. Controlling emotions creates freedom from impulsive decisions, misunderstandings, and unnecessary conflict. It allows reason to guide action, integrity to guide speech, and wisdom to guide choices. The practice of emotional regulation strengthens every relationship, enhances problem-solving, and empowers leadership. Each controlled response reinforces character, builds trust, and demonstrates mastery over circumstance. Discipline in managing emotions is a lifelong practice that shapes identity, decisions, and relationships. Every moment of measured response reinforces confidence, cultivates clarity, and increases influence. By controlling emotions, you gain mastery over your inner world and create the conditions for external success. Emotional control is not merely a skill, but a foundation for resilience, respect, and achievement. Remaining calm in adversity transforms interactions, resolves conflicts, and preserves personal authority. It enables clear thinking, deliberate action, and meaningful dialogue. Each decision made from composure carries weight, credibility, and foresight. The mastery of emotional response allows you to navigate challenges with precision, patience, and purpose. Chapter 6. Ask thoughtful questions to deepen meaningful connections fast. The power of a well-placed question can transform a simple interaction into a deep and meaningful connection. Asking thoughtful questions is not about filling silence or following a script. It is about showing genuine curiosity, understanding, and respect for the other person's perspective. Every question you ask shapes the direction of a conversation, signals interest, and opens doors to trust and insight. By asking carefully considered questions, you invite others to share their thoughts, feelings, and experiences in a way that strengthens bonds quickly and authentically. To ask meaningful questions, begin by listening attentively. Focus fully on the person speaking without planning your response while they talk. Observation reveals opportunities to probe deeper, uncover motivations, and understand context. Active listening provides the foundation for questions that are relevant, thoughtful, and impactful. It signals respect and demonstrates that your interest is sincere rather than performative. Context matters in questioning. Effective questions arise naturally from the conversation rather than appearing forced or generic. Observe the topics, emotions, and nuances in the discussion, then craft inquiries that encourage reflection or elaboration. Contextual questions convey attentiveness and encourage openness, creating space for authentic exchange. This approach deepens engagement and fosters meaningful connections quickly. Open-ended questions are essential. Questions that require more than a yes or no response invite dialogue and exploration. They prompt the other person to think, reflect, and elaborate on experiences or feelings, asking what challenges did you face in that situation, or how did that experience shape your perspective, encourages depth and insight, creating richer interactions that build trust and understanding. Purposeful curiosity drives connection. Asking questions with genuine interest signals respect for the other person's experience. People naturally respond to those who seek to understand them, rather than judge or control the conversation. Thoughtful inquiry demonstrates empathy, strengthens emotional connection, and fosters mutual respect. Curiosity framed with sincerity becomes a bridge to deeper relationships. Timing influences impact. Questions asked too early in a conversation may feel intrusive, while those introduced too late may miss opportunities for meaningful dialogue. Observe the flow, pace, and tone of the interaction to determine when and how to ask. Well-timed questions feel natural, create engagement, and encourage thoughtful responses without pressure. Awareness of timing enhances both comfort and effectiveness. Framing questions positively encourages openness. Avoid phrasing that feels accusatory, judgmental, or confrontational. Instead of asking, "Why did you fail at that task?" consider, "What lessons did you take from that experience?" Positive framing reduces defensiveness, encourages honesty, and strengthens connection. Thoughtfully crafted wording conveys respect and fosters collaborative dialogue. Questions that encourage reflection create lasting impact. Prompts that invite the other person to think critically about their experiences, choices, or beliefs deepen understanding. Questions such as "What inspires you to keep going during challenges?" or "What values guide your decisions?" stimulate meaningful dialogue and reveal insights that surface trust and shared understanding. Reflective questions elevate the quality of conversation and relationships. Balancing depth with simplicity is important. Overly complex questions may confuse or overwhelm, while overly simple questions can feel superficial. Strive for clarity and precision in phrasing, ensuring that questions are easy to understand, but rich in potential response. Clear, thoughtful questions encourage honest answers and create space for genuine engagement. Listen to the answers fully before responding. Avoid interrupting, judging, or immediately providing solutions. The goal is understanding rather than control. Attentive listening allows you to follow up with deeper questions that explore motivations, emotions, and perspectives, creating a layered understanding of the person and their experiences. Genuine engagement builds trust and accelerates connection. Follow-up questions demonstrate attention and care. When someone shares a thought, emotion, or experience, asking questions that explore further shows that you value their input. Following up on details, asking for clarification, or seeking elaboration strengthens dialogue and reinforces that your interest is sincere. This iterative process creates a dynamic, meaningful conversation that fosters closeness. Avoid making questions about yourself as the primary focus. Thoughtful questioning prioritizes the other person's perspective, needs, and experiences. Shifting the focus back to the person encourages sharing and prevents the conversation from becoming self-centered. Balanced dialogue demonstrates respect, attentiveness, and emotional intelligence. Curiosity combined with empathy increases the effectiveness of questions. Understanding emotional undertones allows you to craft inquiries that resonate, validate feelings, and encourage disclosure. Asking "How did that situation make you feel?" or "What was most challenging for you?" integrates emotional awareness into dialogue, fostering deeper trust and relational intimacy. Use questions to uncover values, goals, and aspirations. People connect most strongly when conversations explore purpose, priorities, and meaning. Inquiring about dreams, motivations, or guiding principles reveals what drives individuals and builds a sense of understanding and alignment. Questions that illuminate values create bonds that extend beyond surface-level interactions. Encourage storytelling through questions. Asking individuals to share experiences, anecdotes, or turning points creates rich, engaging dialogue. Storytelling reveals personality, perspective, and depth, enhancing connection. Prompts such as, "Can you describe a moment that changed your perspective?" invite narratives that foster empathy, admiration, and trust. Avoid rapid-fire questioning that pressures the other person. Thoughtful pacing allows reflection, comfort, and sincerity. Giving space between questions signals respect and encourages detailed responses. The rhythm of conversation matters, and a measured approach enhances the depth and quality of engagement. Silence can complement thoughtful questioning. Allowing pauses after a question provides room for contemplation and honest sharing. Silence is not emptiness. It is a tool that encourages reflection and demonstrates patience. Using silence intentionally strengthens the impact of your questions and shows respect for thoughtful answers. Observe non-verbal cues to guide questions. Body language, facial expressions, and tone provide insight into comfort levels, interest, and engagement. Tailoring questions based on observation ensures sensitivity, relevance, and emotional safety, encouraging honest and open responses. Nonverbal awareness enhances connection and prevents misunderstanding or discomfort. Practice asking questions in daily life to build skill. Interactions with colleagues, friends, or acquaintances provide opportunities to refine phrasing, timing, and delivery. Consistent practice cultivates confidence, spontaneity, and the ability to ask questions that resonate deeply. Skillful questioning becomes a natural part of communication, strengthening relationships consistently. Avoid judgment in responses to answers. The goal of questioning is to understand, not criticize. Responding with neutrality, encouragement, or curiosity reinforces trust and invites continued openness. Reactions that are dismissive critical or controlling erode the connection that thoughtful questions are designed to build. Questions can reveal opportunities for collaboration and mutual support. Exploring challenges, goals, and needs allows for meaningful exchange of resources, advice, or assistance. Thoughtful inquiry opens pathways for cooperation, shared problem-solving, and collective growth, strengthening both relational and practical outcomes. Follow curiosity with clarity. Once answers are received, summarize, acknowledge, or reflect on what was shared. Clarifying ensures mutual understanding, reinforces attentiveness, and signals that the conversation is purposeful. Reflection and acknowledgement solidify connection and deepen relational trust. Thoughtful questions accelerate the development of rapport. They create a sense of intimacy, understanding, and respect that words alone rarely achieve. By consistently engaging with curiosity, empathy, and intentionality, you transform ordinary interactions into meaningful connections. Every conversation becomes an opportunity to strengthen relationships, foster trust, and inspire collaboration. Asking thoughtful questions requires patience, practice, and sincerity. Each interaction is a chance to refine skill, build trust, and deepen connection. By integrating listening, empathy, timing, and reflection, questions become tools for meaningful dialogue, insight, and influence. Mastery of questioning accelerates relationship building and creates a foundation for personal and professional growth. The habit of asking thoughtful questions changes the way people experience you. It communicates attentiveness, respect, and genuine interest, encouraging openness and honesty. By prioritizing understanding over assumption, curiosity over judgment, and engagement over performance, questions create a bridge to trust, influence, and meaningful connection. Well-crafted questions foster learning, understanding, and collaboration. They stimulate thought, encourage reflection, and promote insight. By approaching conversations with intentional inquiry, you cultivate an environment where others feel valued, heard, and motivated to engage. Questions are more than tools. They are instruments of influence, empathy, and lasting connection. Through disciplined practice of asking thoughtful questions, communication becomes a vehicle for deep connection, mutual respect, and personal growth. Each exchange strengthens relationships, reveals insight, and nurtures trust. Skillful questioning accelerates understanding, fosters authenticity, and empowers meaningful dialogue that builds bonds quickly and intentionally. The ability to ask thoughtful questions transforms interactions into opportunities for discovery, engagement, and influence. It allows connections to move beyond surface-level exchange into realms of trust, empathy, and collaboration. Thoughtful questioning is a skill that creates immediate rapport, deepens relationships, and fosters meaningful engagement in every conversation. Chapter 7. Show empathy to create stronger bonds with others. Empathy is the bridge that transforms ordinary interactions into meaningful, lasting relationships. When you show genuine understanding of someone else's feelings, thoughts, and experiences, you create trust, respect, and emotional connection that goes far beyond surface-level conversation. Empathy is not a weakness or passive sympathy. It is an active skill that requires attention, presence, and intention, and it has the power to strengthen bonds, inspire loyalty, and foster collaboration in every aspect of life. The first step in demonstrating empathy is fully observing the person in front of you. Notice their tone of voice, facial expressions, body language, and subtle emotional cues. These non-verbal signals often reveal more than words alone. Observing carefully allows you to understand not only what is being said, but also how it is being experienced. Awareness is essential because empathy begins with perceiving another person's reality accurately. Listening deeply is fundamental to empathy. Truly listening means setting aside judgment, assumptions, and the urge to respond immediately. When you give someone your full attention, they feel valued and understood. Active listening encourages them to open up and share honestly, creating a safe space where genuine connection can flourish. Listening with intent communicates care and respect that words alone cannot convey. Validate feelings without judgment. Acknowledging emotions, whether or not you agree with them, signals respect and understanding. Simple affirmations like "I see why that would be challenging" or "it makes sense you feel that way" provide reassurance and foster trust. Validation does not mean solving the problem immediately or offering advice unless requested. It means recognizing the human experience of the other person sincerely. Practice perspective taking. Step mentally into the other person's shoes and consider the situation from their viewpoint. Ask yourself how you would feel in similar circumstances and what challenges, fears, or hopes might influence their reaction. This deliberate mental exercise builds insight and emotional intelligence, allowing your responses to be more thoughtful, compassionate, and supportive. Respond with kindness and sensitivity. Words and actions that convey understanding have a profound impact. Tone, choice of words, and gestures matter as much as the emotional intent behind them. Gentle encouragement, reassurance, or acknowledgement of effort communicates empathy more effectively than advice or criticism. Thoughtful responses foster connection and demonstrate emotional awareness. Empathy requires patience. People process emotions and experiences at different rates, and rushing someone to explain or resolve their feelings can undermine connection. Allowing time and space for expression demonstrates respect and reinforces trust. Patience is a sign of emotional maturity and shows that you value the person's inner experience without imposing pressure or judgment. Recognize universal human experiences. Even when circumstances differ, people share common emotions such as fear, joy, frustration, and hope. Identifying these shared experiences allows you to connect authentically, offering reassurance and support that resonates. Emphasizing common humanity strengthens bonds and reduces feelings of isolation or misunderstanding. Practice reflective responses. Paraphrasing or summarizing what someone shares demonstrates that you are actively engaged and understanding their perspective. Statements like "it sounds like you felt overwhelmed by that situation" confirm attentiveness and provide opportunities for clarification. Reflection signals respect and allows the speaker to feel heard, enhancing connection and trust. Ask empathetic questions to deepen understanding. Inquire about feelings, motivations, and experiences in ways that encourage sharing. Questions such as "how did that make you feel?" or "what was most difficult for you?" show curiosity and care without judgment. Thoughtful inquiry creates dialogue that fosters insight and mutual respect. Avoid offering unsolicited solutions too quickly. Jumping to advice can unintentionally minimize the other person's experience. Sometimes, people need to be heard and understood before considering options. Prioritize listening and validation first, and offer guidance only when appropriate and requested. This approach reinforces empathy and supports meaningful connection. Demonstrate emotional presence consistently. Being attentive, responsive, and engaged signals that you care. Small gestures such as maintaining eye contact, nodding, or affirming verbally contribute to a sense of being truly seen. Consistent presence strengthens trust and reinforces the bond between individuals. Cultivate emotional literacy in yourself. Understanding your own feelings and emotional responses allows you to relate more authentically to others. Self-awareness enhances the ability to recognize subtle cues, manage reactions, and respond compassionately. Emotional literacy is a foundation for effective empathy because it allows you to connect without being overwhelmed by personal bias or assumptions. Use empathy to navigate conflicts constructively. Understanding the emotions and perspectives of all parties involved enables solutions that consider everyone's needs. Empathy reduces defensiveness, fosters compromise, and promotes collaboration. By addressing both facts and feelings, conflicts become opportunities to strengthen understanding rather than weaken relationships. Balance empathy with boundaries. Caring deeply about others does not require sacrificing your own well-being. Establishing limits ensures that support remains sustainable, authentic, and effective. Boundaries prevent emotional exhaustion while allowing you to offer meaningful, thoughtful engagement consistently. Express appreciation for honesty and openness. When someone shares their emotions or experiences, acknowledging their courage reinforces trust and connection. Gratitude for their willingness to be vulnerable demonstrates respect and encourages continued openness. Appreciation enhances empathy by reinforcing the relational bond and validating the human experience. Observe nonverbal cues carefully. Facial expressions, posture, and gestures convey emotions that words may not fully express. Responding to these cues with attentiveness and sensitivity reinforces understanding. Being attuned to subtle signals ensures that empathy extends beyond verbal communication and addresses the complete emotional landscape. Engage in small acts of kindness that reflect understanding. Gestures, words, or actions that show you recognize and care about someone's situation. Amplify empathy. Thoughtful support, encouragement, or assistance demonstrates that empathy is active and practical, not theoretical. These actions create tangible agents of understanding and reinforce relational trust. Foster a mindset of curiosity about people's experiences, approaching interactions with genuine interest, openness, and humility strengthens empathy. Avoid assumptions or stereotypes. Instead, seek to understand individual perspectives fully. Curiosity promotes engagement, deepens insight, and enhances the quality of connections. Integrate empathy into professional environments. Understanding colleagues' emotions, motivations, and challenges improves collaboration, decision-making, and team cohesion. Leaders who model empathy inspire loyalty, trust, and productive engagement. Applying empathetic principles in professional contexts enhances both relationships and organizational effectiveness. Reflect regularly on your empathetic interactions. Consider how your responses affected others, what worked well and what could improve. Continuous reflection strengthens emotional intelligence and hones the skill of empathy over time. Learning from experience ensures that your capacity to connect meaningfully grows steadily and sustainably. Empathy strengthens communication by fostering openness and trust. When people feel understood, they are more likely to express themselves honestly, share concerns, and collaborate effectively. Empathetic interactions create an environment where ideas, feelings, and perspectives are respected, valued, and integrated. Showing empathy requires courage to step into another person's emotional space with care and attentiveness. It demands patience, self-awareness, and intentional engagement. Each empathetic act deepens understanding, reinforces connection, and builds relational resilience. The practice of empathy transforms interactions from transactional exchanges into bonds rooted in trust, respect, and shared humanity. Empathy is a skill that grows through conscious effort and practice. Every conversation presents an opportunity to understand more deeply, respond with compassion, and build stronger relationships. Consistent demonstration of empathy fosters loyalty, trust, and cooperation in personal and professional life. Through intentional practice, empathy becomes a defining trait that strengthens connections and enriches interactions. The ability to connect emotionally, validate experiences, and respond with genuine understanding creates bonds that endure challenges, differences, and distance. Empathy bridges gaps, fosters collaboration, and inspires loyalty. Those who master empathy cultivate relationships marked by trust, resilience, and meaningful engagement. It transforms communication into connection and relationships into lasting support systems. Showing empathy reshapes the way people experience interactions with you. It signals that you value their thoughts, respect their emotions, and care about their well-being. Empathy creates safety, encourages authenticity, and fosters openness. Through consistent practice, you build a reputation as someone who understands, supports, and strengthens relationships in every context. True empathy goes beyond listening. It involves responding with insight, care, and appropriate action. It requires attentiveness to words, emotions, and unspoken cues, while balancing presence, boundaries, and understanding. Empathy fosters trust, deepens connection, and enhances influence, making it a vital skill for meaningful relationships, personal growth, and effective communication. Chapter 8. Improve body language to support your spoken words. Your body speaks just as loudly as your words and can either strengthen or weaken every message you deliver. The way you hold yourself, move, and gesture influences how people perceive your confidence, credibility, and intentions. Mastering body language allows you to align your physical presence with your verbal communication, creating clarity, trust, and impact in every interaction. When your posture, facial expressions, and gestures support your words, your message becomes more convincing, memorable, and authentic. The first step to improving body language is awareness. Pay attention to how you naturally stand, sit, and move in different situations. Notice habits that may unintentionally convey uncertainty, discomfort, or disinterest, such as slouching, avoiding eye contact, or fidgeting. Awareness provides the foundation for deliberate improvement because you cannot change what you do not observe. Posture is one of the most powerful signals you send. Standing or sitting upright communicates confidence, readiness, and engagement. Avoid collapsing shoulders or leaning away from the person you are speaking to, as this can signal disconnection or insecurity. Open and balanced posture shows that you are present, approachable, and in control of your message. Use gestures intentionally to reinforce spoken words. Natural hand movements can emphasize key points, illustrate ideas, and convey energy. Avoid repetitive or distracting gestures that draw attention away from your message. Purposeful gestures make communication dynamic and memorable, supporting clarity while reflecting enthusiasm and engagement. Facial expressions convey emotion and sincerity. Smiling appropriately, raising eyebrows in interest, or nodding to indicate understanding reinforces connection and trust. A neutral or tense expression can create misunderstanding or emotional distance. Aligning facial expressions with your words ensures that your message is interpreted accurately and strengthens relational rapport. Eye contact establishes trust and engagement. Maintaining consistent, comfortable eye contact shows attentiveness, confidence, and respect. Avoiding or darting eyes can create doubt or insecurity, undermining the credibility of your words. Eye contact creates connection, signals authenticity, and enhances persuasive power. Use space and orientation to communicate openness. Facing people directly, maintaining comfortable distance, and avoiding crossing arms signals approachability and attentiveness. Closed or defensive stances create barriers, making others less receptive to your message. Thoughtful use of space communicates confidence, respect, and willingness to engage. Tone and pacing of speech should align with body language. A confident posture paired with calm, steady speech reinforces clarity and authority. Rapid, high-pitched, or inconsistent tones can undermine credibility even if words are carefully chosen. Synchronizing verbal and non-verbal cues ensures that your communication is coherent, persuasive, and impactful. Control nervous habits that detract from your message. Fidgeting, tapping, or repetitive movements can distract listeners and diminish perceived confidence. Replacing these habits with intentional movements, pauses, or gestures strengthens credibility. Focused physical behavior enhances attention, reinforces key points, and maintains engagement throughout conversation. Mirroring subtly builds rapport. Reflecting another person's body language, tone, or gestures in a natural way fosters connection and trust. Mirroring demonstrates attentiveness and empathy without imitation. When done thoughtfully, it creates comfort and makes interactions more harmonious and productive. Adjust facial and body expressions to context. Different situations require different levels of energy, openness, and expressiveness. Professional meetings may call for measured gestures and controlled expressions, while casual interactions can allow for more warmth and dynamism. Adapting appropriately ensures your presence matches the setting, increasing effectiveness and connection. Leverage movement strategically to maintain engagement. Moving purposefully toward emphasis, leaning slightly when listening, or using gestures to illustrate points can direct attention and enhance understanding. Stillness can convey thoughtfulness, authority, or focus when appropriate. Using movement with intention reinforces the rhythm and impact of communication. Voice and body synchronization is essential. Aligning emphasis in speech with gestures, nods, or shifts in posture amplifies the message. Contradictions between verbal content and physical cues create confusion and reduce trust. Cohesion between body and voice ensures clarity, consistency, and persuasive power. Observe others and learn from their non-verbal communication. Pay attention to people who command attention, inspire confidence, or create rapport effortlessly. Note posture, gestures, expressions, and timing that contribute to effectiveness. Modeling these behaviors and adapting them authentically to your style accelerates improvement. Practice expressive but controlled facial movements. Overly rigid or exaggerated expressions can appear unnatural, while lack of expression can seem detached. Aim for authentic, responsive expressions that reflect genuine engagement and emotional resonance. Balanced facial communication enhances understanding, empathy, and connection. Use open hands and relaxed arms to convey honesty and openness. Closed fists, crossed arms, or hidden hands may signal defensiveness, distrust, or resistance. Open gestures create psychological comfort for others, encourage receptiveness, and reinforce credibility. Subtle adjustments in hand positioning enhance trustworthiness and clarity. Pay attention to tone of voice and rhythm. Body language combined with vocal modulation communicates confidence, clarity, and energy. A monotone voice with dynamic gestures can seem disconnected, while a confident tone paired with congruent movement reinforces meaning and captures attention. Alignment between voice and body amplifies effectiveness. Manage proxemics to create comfort. Adjusting distance based on cultural norms, social context, and individual preferences ensures that people feel respected and at ease. Too close can create tension, while too distant can signal disengagement. Mindful spatial awareness improves reception of your message and strengthens interpersonal connection. Pause intentionally to emphasize points, Controlled pauses in speech, supported by still posture or subtle gestures, highlight importance and allow the listener to process information. Pausing also conveys confidence, thoughtfulness, and command over content. Integrating deliberate silence enhances comprehension and engagement. Use subtle nods and affirming movements to show attentiveness. Small signals like nodding, leaning slightly forward, or maintaining gentle eye contact demonstrate interest and engagement without interrupting. These actions encourage dialogue, reinforce understanding, and enhance relational trust. Practice regularly in real-world settings. Every interaction is an opportunity to refine posture, gestures, expressions, and movement. Consistent practice builds natural, confident, and impactful body language that aligns with verbal communication. Awareness combined with repetition solidifies nonverbal skills and ensures they are applied effortlessly. Record or observe your interactions to identify strengths and areas for improvement. Reviewing video or receiving feedback provides objective insight into how your body language complements or undermines your message. Continuous assessment and adjustment accelerate mastery and effectiveness. Body language that aligns with spoken words creates authenticity. Consistency between what you say and how you present yourself establishes credibility, trust, and influence. When your body supports your speech, people are more likely to listen, believe, and engage fully. Mastering body language is not only about personal effectiveness, but also about respect for the listener. Thoughtful, nonverbal communication demonstrates attentiveness, empathy, and care. It enhances understanding, reduces misinterpretation, and strengthens every interaction. Your physical presence can inspire, reassure, and persuade when intentionally cultivated. Every posture, gesture, expression, and movement communicates meaning that complements words. Developing awareness, control, and authenticity in body language transforms interactions into opportunities for connection, influence, and impact. Effective body language strengthens relationships, enhances leadership, and amplifies communication. It conveys confidence, builds trust, and ensures that your spoken message is received accurately. By mastering physical expression, you become a communicator whose words and presence work together seamlessly to inspire, engage, and connect with others. Chapter 9. Respect differences to maintain harmony in every discussion. Respecting differences is the foundation of harmony, understanding, and productive communication in every interaction. Every person you meet has unique experiences, perspectives, and values that shape their thoughts and actions. Embracing these differences, rather than resisting them, creates a space where discussions can flourish without tension or misunderstanding. Harmony is not about agreement in every detail, but about acknowledging diversity with openness, patience, and intentional respect. The first step to respecting differences is self-awareness. Understand your own biases, preferences, and tendencies before engaging with others. Recognizing personal assumptions allows you to approach conversations with humility and openness. Awareness reduces defensiveness and creates readiness to listen, observe, and adapt to perspectives different from your own. Listening is a crucial tool for maintaining harmony. Truly hearing what someone else has to say without interrupting or preemptively judging creates a foundation of respect. Active listening demonstrates that you value their viewpoint even when it differs from yours. People are more willing to engage constructively when they feel understood and respected. Approach differences with curiosity rather than judgment. Instead of dismissing unfamiliar opinions, ask questions to understand the reasoning, experiences, and emotions behind them. Curiosity fosters insight, expands perspective, and encourages mutual learning. Viewing differences as opportunities for growth transforms potentially tense discussions into meaningful exchanges. Acknowledge the validity of perspectives even when you disagree. Respect does not require you to abandon your own beliefs, but it does mean recognizing that other viewpoints are legitimate and worthy of consideration. This acknowledgement prevents conflict escalation and encourages dialogue rather than defensiveness. Valuing diversity strengthens trust and relational resilience. Focus on common goals to maintain alignment. Even when opinions diverge, emphasizing shared objectives or interests reduces friction and promotes collaboration. Framing discussions around mutual outcomes fosters cooperation and diminishes the need for conflict over minor disagreements. Common purpose creates a sense of unity despite differences. Practice patience in conversations that involve diverse viewpoints. Some discussions require time for ideas to be fully expressed and understood. Interrupting or rushing the dialogue signals disrespect and undermines harmony. Allowing space for thoughtful expression encourages openness and demonstrates genuine engagement. Respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. When confronted with perspectives that challenge your beliefs, take a moment to process before replying. Measured responses prevent defensive reactions, miscommunication, and tension. Thoughtful engagement conveys respect for both your own stance and the other person's viewpoint. Use language that fosters inclusion. Words shape perception and emotional response. Avoid language that diminishes, judges, or alienates others based on their opinions, background, or experiences. Inclusive, neutral, and considerate phrasing encourages collaboration and supports harmony. Verbal respect reinforces relational stability. Recognize cultural and personal influences on beliefs. People's values and decisions are shaped by upbringing, culture, and life experiences. Awareness of these factors allows you to approach differences with sensitivity and insight. Understanding context reduces misunderstandings and promotes empathy. Awareness is the gateway to respectful engagement. Adapt your communication style to the situation. Some discussions require formality, others informality. Some require detailed explanation, others brevity. Adjusting tone, pace, and delivery shows respect for the audience's comfort and comprehension. Flexibility in communication demonstrates emotional intelligence and enhances harmonious interaction. Avoid attempting to win discussions. Respecting differences means valuing understanding over dominance. Prioritizing dialogue over victory ensures conversations remain collaborative rather than combative. Shifting focus from winning to connecting reduces tension and encourages open exchange. Set boundaries with tact. Respecting differences does not require accepting disrespect or harmful behavior. Clear, calm boundaries maintain safety, dignity, and mutual respect. Boundaries allow constructive dialogue to continue without compromising personal integrity or relational stability. Reflect before responding to challenging opinions. Pausing to consider the intent, context, and implications of a statement allows measured, respectful reactions. Reflection ensures that responses are deliberate rather than emotional, maintaining harmony even in disagreement. Thoughtful reflection strengthens credibility and relational trust. Encourage others to share their perspectives fully. Creating a safe environment for expression signals respect and supports open dialogue. When individuals feel their voices are valued, they are more likely to participate constructively and less likely to withdraw or escalate conflict. Engagement fosters understanding and collaboration. Use empathy to navigate differences. Consider the emotions and motivations behind other people's viewpoints. Recognizing the human element behind beliefs promotes patience, reduces judgment, and encourages collaborative problem-solving. Empathy bridges gaps that might otherwise lead to tension or misunderstanding. Stay calm under pressure. Discussions involving conflicting perspectives can trigger frustration or defensiveness. Maintaining composure ensures that conversations remain productive and respectful. Calmness communicates self-control and reinforces a tone of mutual respect, even in disagreement. Focus on solutions rather than blame. When differences lead to tension, shift attention to practical outcomes rather than personal faults. Solution-oriented discussions prioritize constructive collaboration, reduce negativity, and preserve relationships. This approach maintains harmony and aligns participants toward positive results. Recognize the value of diverse perspectives. Differences enrich understanding, spark innovation, and strengthen decision-making. Appreciating contrasting viewpoints allows you to integrate insights, adapt strategies, and improve outcomes. Respecting diversity is both a relational and strategic advantage. Model respect consistently. Your behavior sets the tone for interactions, demonstrating openness. Active listening and thoughtful engagement encourages others to mirror these behaviors. Leading by example fosters a culture of harmony and mutual respect. Reflect on interactions to improve future discussions. Consider moments of tension, what contributed to harmony, and how differences were managed. Continuous self-evaluation strengthens skills in respecting diverse opinions and maintaining productive dialogue. Reflection enhances emotional intelligence and prepares you for future challenges. Celebrate differences when possible. Highlighting unique perspectives, strengths, or experiences reinforces the value of diversity. Recognition encourages openness, increases engagement, and fosters positive relational dynamics. Appreciating differences creates a foundation of mutual respect and collaboration. Maintain humility in discussions. Recognize that you do not hold all knowledge or experience. Openness to learning from others demonstrates respect, encourages reciprocity, and strengthens relational bonds. Humility reduces defensiveness and fosters a cooperative atmosphere. Acknowledge emotional reactions in yourself and others. Differences can evoke strong feelings, and recognizing them helps manage responses constructively. Awareness of emotions allows you to address tension calmly, validate feelings, and maintain harmonious communication. Emotional intelligence supports understanding and connection. Encourage compromise and negotiation. When perspectives differ significantly, seek middle ground that honors all parties' needs. Collaboration rather than domination ensures that relationships remain respectful and productive. Compromise strengthens trust and reinforces the value of diverse input. Respecting differences transforms conversations into opportunities for growth. Each interaction becomes a chance to learn, understand, and connect authentically. By approaching discussions with patience, empathy, and intentionality, you create an environment where dialogue is constructive, relationships thrive, and harmony prevails. Prioritizing respect over agreement fosters lasting trust. Even when opinions diverge, demonstrating consideration, openness, and understanding preserves relational stability. Respectful engagement enables collaboration, reduces conflict, and encourages shared problem-solving. The ability to honor differences while maintaining harmony is a hallmark of effective communication and personal growth. By consistently valuing diversity in thought, experience, and belief, you create discussions that are inclusive, constructive, and harmonious. Respecting differences ensures that interactions strengthen connections, enhance understanding, and contribute to meaningful collaboration. Mastering this skill allows every conversation to become an opportunity for learning, trust building, and relational growth. Chapter 10. Strengthen patience to handle conflicts with better results. Patience is the secret weapon that turns conflict into opportunity and tension into understanding. When you approach disagreements with calm and measured persistence, you gain clarity, influence, and the ability to guide outcomes effectively. Strengthening patience allows you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively, reducing escalation and creating space for resolution. Every conflict you encounter becomes a chance to exercise discipline, improve communication, and strengthen relationships when patience is at the core of your approach. The first step to building patience is self-awareness. Recognize the moments when frustration, anger, or impatience arise. Understand the triggers that provoke strong emotional reactions, whether they are specific behaviors, situations, or personal stresses. Awareness allows you to anticipate emotional responses and prepare to act with intentionality rather than impulsivity. Focus on deep, controlled breathing to maintain composure. Pausing to inhale and exhale slowly creates a physiological buffer against reactive responses. This simple technique helps reduce tension, centers your mind, and allows you to approach the situation with clarity. Breath control is a foundational practice for managing emotions and cultivating patience in challenging interactions. Shift perspective to understand the other person's viewpoint. Consider motivations, pressures, and experiences that may influence their behavior. Viewing the situation from multiple angles reduces personal bias, fosters empathy, and enhances problem-solving capacity. Patience grows when you replace judgment with curiosity and understanding. Separate emotion from action. Recognize that initial emotional responses are often amplified by stress or misinterpretation. Avoid acting on immediate impulses, which can exacerbate conflict. Instead, observe your reactions objectively and choose actions that are measured, thoughtful, and constructive. Emotional regulation strengthens patience and preserves relationships. Practice active listening during disputes. Give the other person space to express themselves fully, without interruption or assumption. Listening attentively demonstrates respect, builds trust, and often de-escalates tension. Patience is reinforced when you prioritize understanding over responding, allowing dialogue to progress productively. Reframe challenges as opportunities for growth. Every disagreement offers lessons in communication, negotiation, and emotional intelligence. Viewing conflict through a lens of learning encourages resilience and reduces frustration. Patience flourishes when challenges are seen not as obstacles, but as occasions to strengthen skill and character. Pause before responding to provocative statements. Immediate reactions are often reactive and counterproductive. Taking a moment to collect your thoughts ensures that your response is intentional, measured, and aligned with your long-term goals. Strategic pauses demonstrate control and reinforce credibility in conflict resolution. Develop problem-solving focus instead of blame. Concentrate on solutions, compromises, and actionable steps rather than assigning fault. Patience is enhanced when energy is directed toward constructive outcomes rather than fruitless arguments. Focusing on solutions creates momentum toward resolution and mutual understanding. Set realistic expectations for conflict resolution. Understand that immediate agreement or resolution is not always possible. Patience is sustained when you accept that complex issues require time, dialogue, and repeated effort. Managing expectations reduces frustration and maintains engagement in collaborative problem-solving. Maintain consistent self-discipline under pressure. The ability to regulate responses, remain calm, and act with integrity demonstrates strength and reinforces patience. Discipline ensures that actions are aligned with values and long-term relational goals rather than temporary emotions. Self-control is a cornerstone of effective conflict management. Use reflective questioning to guide understanding. Asking thoughtful questions, such as, "Can you explain your perspective further?" or "What outcome would feel fair to you?" encourages dialogue without confrontation. Questions demonstrate curiosity, validate the other person's experience, and provide opportunities for thoughtful resolution. Cultivate emotional resilience to sustain patience. Strengthening your ability to recover quickly from frustration, disappointment, or provocation allows you to remain composed under stress. Resilience protects focus, reduces reactive behavior, and enables strategic action during conflict. Patience is a natural byproduct of emotional stability. Practice mindfulness to stay present, focusing on the current moment rather than anticipating worst-case scenarios or dwelling on past grievances, prevents escalation. Mindfulness promotes calm, measured responses and reduces the influence of anxiety or stress on decision-making. Presence fosters clarity, composure, and enduring patience. Leverage body language to support calm engagement. Maintaining open posture, steady eye contact, and controlled gestures signals composure and confidence. Non-verbal communication reinforces verbal patience, reduces defensiveness in others, and models constructive behavior during tense situations. Harmonizing body and mind strengthens influence and credibility. Separate identity from opinion. Avoid interpreting disagreements as personal attacks or reflections of your worth. Recognizing that differing views are natural reduces defensiveness and supports patient engagement. Emotional detachment allows for clearer analysis and more effective resolution strategies. Reflect on long-term goals rather than immediate gratification. Patience is easier to sustain when you prioritize enduring relationships, mutual respect, and productive outcomes over momentary victory or validation. Strategic thinking ensures that your actions during conflict contribute to lasting harmony rather than short-term satisfaction. Manage stress proactively to maintain composure. Physical exercise, rest, and healthy routines reduce susceptibility to irritation and impatience. A well-maintained mind and body allow for sustained calm and focused decision-making during challenging interactions. Preventing stress-induced reactivity strengthens conflict management capabilities. Encourage collaboration and shared problem-solving. Involve others in generating solutions and considering alternatives. Cooperative approaches foster mutual respect, reduce defensiveness, and allow patience to guide discussion toward consensus. Shared responsibility transforms conflict from confrontation into teamwork. Monitor internal dialogue to reduce frustration. Replace critical or reactive thoughts with constructive, solution-oriented reflections. Mindset shapes behavior, and cultivating patience in thought leads to patient action. Conscious thought management is essential for maintaining composure in conflict situations. Practice detachment from outcome when necessary. Focus on process, communication, and understanding rather than forcing immediate agreement or validation. Patience is strengthened when you accept that resolution may take time and that influence comes from consistent, calm engagement. Detachment fosters flexibility and reduces stress. Acknowledge the progress of the interaction. Even small steps toward understanding, compromise, or emotional regulation indicate effective management of conflict. Recognizing incremental achievements reinforces patience, encourages continued effort, and builds confidence in handling challenging situations. Develop routines to reflect after conflicts. Consider what strategies worked, how patience was applied, and areas for improvement. Continuous reflection enhances skill, awareness, and the ability to respond constructively in future challenges. Learning from experience is vital to cultivating lasting patience. Integrate empathy to complement patience. Understanding the emotions and perspectives of others reduces frustration and promotes collaborative resolution. Empathy enables you to respond with kindness, respect, and composure, ensuring that patience guides rather than delays effective outcomes. Recognize that patience strengthens influence. Calm, composed responses inspire trust, respect, and cooperation from others. People are more receptive to guidance and compromise when approached with consistent self-control and thoughtful engagement. Patience enhances authority, credibility, and relational strength. Practice deliberate slowing of thought and speech. Speaking carefully, pausing to consider, and resisting impulsive remarks maintains clarity and demonstrates control. Measured communication reduces misunderstanding and preserves harmony during conflict. Slowed interactions support rational decision-making and patient resolution. Reinforce patience through repetition and consistency. Every interaction presents an opportunity to practice restraint, reflection, and calm. Over time, patience becomes an ingrained habit that enhances communication, reduces unnecessary conflict, and creates stronger relationships. Consistency solidifies the skill and makes composure instinctive. Patience transforms conflict into opportunity by allowing measured, thoughtful, and constructive engagement. It cultivates clarity, fosters understanding, and preserves relationships under pressure. By exercising patience intentionally, you ensure that every disagreement becomes a chance for growth, collaboration, and stronger connection, rather than escalation or regret. Chapter 11. Give constructive feedback to encourage real growth daily. Constructive feedback is a powerful tool that transforms potential into real growth when delivered thoughtfully and consistently. Giving feedback is not about criticism or judgment. It is about providing clear, actionable guidance that encourages improvement, learning, and development. When done effectively, feedback builds confidence, strengthens skills, and fosters a culture of trust and accountability. Each interaction becomes an opportunity to inspire progress, reinforce effort, and guide meaningful change. The first principle of effective feedback is clarity. Be precise about what you are observing and what you would like to see improved. Vague statements such as "do better" or "this isn't good" create confusion and frustration. Specific feedback identifies the action, behavior, or skill in question and offers clear direction for adjustment. Clarity ensures that your guidance is understood and actionable. Focus on behaviors and results rather than personal traits. Feedback aimed at characteristics like intelligence, talent, or personality can feel like personal attack and demotivate the recipient. Instead, target actions, choices, and outcomes that can be adjusted or improved. This approach ensures feedback is practical, relevant, and supportive of real growth. Balance constructive guidance with acknowledgement of strengths. Highlight what is being done well before addressing areas of improvement. Recognizing effort and accomplishment builds confidence, creates receptivity, and motivates continued progress. A balanced approach reinforces the idea that feedback is meant to help, not criticize. Timing is critical in delivering feedback. Provide guidance as close to the action or event as possible while the context is fresh. Immediate feedback allows for quicker correction, better understanding, and stronger retention of lessons. Delayed feedback may lose impact and fail to produce meaningful improvement. Deliver feedback with empathy and respect. Consider the emotional impact of your words and tone. Approach each conversation with the intention to support, guide, and encourage, rather than to dominate or control. Empathy ensures that feedback strengthens relationships while promoting development. Use examples and evidence to illustrate points. Demonstrating the issue or showing results clarifies expectations and reduces misunderstanding. Concrete examples allow the recipient to visualize adjustments and understand exactly what is needed to improve. Evidence-based feedback is more persuasive and actionable. Encourage dialogue rather than monologue. Invite the recipient to share their perspective, ask questions, and express challenges. Open communication fosters mutual understanding, ownership, and collaborative problem-solving. Feedback becomes a two-way process that strengthens insight and commitment to growth. Frame feedback in positive, solution-focused language. Instead of emphasizing failure or mistakes, highlight opportunities to improve and strategies for success. Words that emphasize learning, adjustment, and potential inspire action and reduce defensiveness. Constructive phrasing promotes motivation and engagement. Set clear expectations for future performance. Explain the standard goal or outcome that is desired. Providing direction ensures that feedback is actionable and measurable, allowing progress to be tracked and celebrated. Clear expectations guide effort and focus toward meaningful achievement. Encourage incremental progress. Real growth often occurs in small, consistent steps, rather than sudden transformation. Reinforce improvements, even minor ones, to build confidence and maintain momentum. Recognizing incremental achievements fosters perseverance and long-term development. Avoid overloading feedback with too many points at once. Focus on the most critical areas for improvement to prevent overwhelm and confusion. Prioritizing key insights ensures that guidance is manageable, actionable, and likely to result in tangible progress. Use questions to stimulate reflection. Asking "What could you do differently next time?" or "How might you approach this challenge?" encourages critical thinking and self-directed learning. Questions guide the recipient to take ownership of improvement rather than relying solely on external direction. Maintain consistency in feedback. Regular guidance reinforces expectations, highlights ongoing growth, and prevents small issues from becoming larger problems. Consistent feedback builds trust, accountability, and a culture of continuous improvement. Focus on observable outcomes rather than assumptions. Provide feedback based on measurable actions, results, or behaviors rather than inferred intentions. Objective feedback removes ambiguity, reduces defensiveness, and supports actionable growth. Be patient and supportive throughout the improvement process. Change takes time, practice, and reinforcement. Offer guidance repeatedly as needed, and recognize that mastery develops through effort and persistence. Support and encouragement sustain motivation and resilience. Model the behavior and performance you expect. Leading by example reinforces feedback and demonstrates practical application. Demonstration provides a concrete reference and enhances understanding, credibility, and trust in your guidance. Encourage self-assessment and reflection. Ask the individual to evaluate their own performance, identify strengths, and recognize areas for improvement. Self-reflection promotes responsibility, awareness, and intrinsic motivation, complementing external feedback. Provide follow-up to track progress. Revisit previous guidance to assess improvement, offer additional tips, and reinforce positive changes. Follow-up demonstrates commitment to growth and ensures that feedback translates into real development over time. Create a safe and constructive environment for feedback. Ensure that discussions occur privately, respectfully, and without threat or intimidation. Psychological safety allows openness, honesty, and receptivity to guidance, which maximizes the impact of feedback. Recognize and celebrate achievements alongside improvement areas. Acknowledging progress fosters confidence, reinforces desired behaviors, and motivates continued effort. Celebrating success maintains balance, reduces stress, and promotes a positive growth mindset. Be mindful of tone, pace, and delivery. Calm, measured, and thoughtful communication enhances receptivity and ensures clarity. Abrupt or harsh delivery can undermine effectiveness, whereas deliberate, compassionate delivery reinforces understanding and action. Encourage continuous learning and experimentation. Frame feedback as an opportunity to try new approaches, refine skills, and develop competence. Emphasizing experimentation reduces fear of failure and promotes a mindset of growth and adaptability. Use feedback to build relationships, not just skills. Approach guidance with the intent to support development, foster trust, and strengthen collaboration. Constructive feedback strengthens bonds when it is rooted in respect, clarity, and genuine care for growth. Adapt feedback to individual needs and preferences. Consider learning style, personality, and experience when delivering guidance. Personalized feedback is more likely to resonate, be understood, and result in meaningful change. Reinforce accountability alongside encouragement. Ensure that individuals understand their responsibility for applying guidance and pursuing growth. Accountability combined with support drives action, development, and sustainable improvement. Maintain a long-term perspective. Recognize that real growth develops over time through repeated effort, reflection, and adaptation. Feedback is a continuous process, not a one-time event. Patience, persistence, and consistent guidance create lasting skill development and confidence. Integrate feedback into daily routines. Make giving and receiving guidance a regular practice rather than an occasional event. Consistency normalizes growth, encourages self-improvement, and builds a culture of continuous development. Constructive feedback transforms potential into tangible achievement when delivered with clarity, empathy, and purpose. It inspires effort, guides improvement, and fosters accountability while strengthening trust and relationships. Each interaction becomes an opportunity to support growth, reinforce progress, and encourage excellence, making feedback a vital tool for daily improvement and long-term success. Chapter 12. Express gratitude often to make relationships more rewarding. Gratitude is one of the simplest yet most powerful ways to strengthen relationships and create lasting connections. Expressing appreciation consistently transforms ordinary interactions into meaningful exchanges and shows others that their presence, effort, and contributions matter. When gratitude becomes a habit, it fosters trust, deepens bonds, and encourages positivity in every relationship. People feel valued, respected, and motivated to continue contributing when acknowledgement is sincere and consistent. The first step to expressing gratitude effectively is awareness. Notice the small actions, gestures, and efforts of those around you that often go unrecognized, from a colleague offering support to a friend providing encouragement. Identifying these moments allows you to express acknowledgement before they pass unnoticed. Awareness is the foundation of meaningful appreciation. Express gratitude verbally whenever possible. Saying thank you directly, specifically, and sincerely reinforces that you recognize and value someone's effort. Avoid generic statements. Highlight what was done and the impact it had. Personalized acknowledgement communicates attentiveness, thoughtfulness, and genuine appreciation. Nonverbal expressions of gratitude are equally important. A warm smile, a nod, a handshake, or a small gesture can convey thankfulness even when words are necessary. Body language reinforces verbal acknowledgement and can communicate warmth, respect, and sincerity more powerfully than words alone. Write notes of appreciation to reinforce meaningful recognition. Handwritten letters, thoughtful emails, or even text messages that articulate specific gratitude create lasting impressions. Written acknowledgement demonstrates effort, reflection, and intentionality, making your appreciation tangible and memorable. Recognize effort in real time. Acknowledge contributions as they occur rather than waiting for formal occasions. Immediate recognition feels authentic and demonstrates that you are paying attention. Timely gratitude strengthens trust and encourages repeated positive actions. Focus on the impact of the person's actions when expressing thanks. Highlighting how their effort made a difference, whether emotionally, practically, or relationally, reinforces the significance of their contribution. People are more motivated when they understand the meaningful effect of their actions. Practice humility while expressing gratitude. Recognize that no one owes appreciation and that their efforts are voluntary contributions. Humility allows acknowledgement to feel genuine rather than transactional, enhancing sincerity and relational depth. Create a routine of gratitude. Set aside time each day to reflect on who and what you are thankful for, and communicate it consistently. Habitual recognition strengthens relationships over time and encourages a culture of appreciation in personal and professional environments. Encourage gratitude in group settings. Acknowledge team members, colleagues, or family for their collective efforts. Public recognition fosters camaraderie, morale, and shared respect, while reinforcing the value of each individual's contribution. Group gratitude amplifies connection and cohesion. Listen for opportunities to express gratitude. Pay attention to moments when someone goes above and beyond, offers support, or demonstrates care. Listening attentively allows you to respond authentically and ensures that acknowledgement is relevant and timely. Awareness enhances the impact of your appreciation. Combine verbal acknowledgement with actions. Small gestures, such as returning favors, offering help, or providing support in kind, reinforce the verbal expression of gratitude. Actions demonstrate that appreciation is not limited to words, but extends into behavior, creating deeper relational impact. Avoid expressing gratitude superficially. Sincere recognition resonates, while shallow or forced acknowledgement can feel insincere and damage trust. Authenticity requires attentiveness, thought, and emotional connection. Genuine gratitude fosters respect, rapport, and long-term relational strength. Reflect on personal gratitude to enhance relational expression. Recognizing your own blessings, support systems, and experiences allows you to approach others with openness and empathy. Self-reflection reinforces humility, perspective, and the ability to communicate appreciation meaningfully. Use gratitude to reinforce positive behavior. Acknowledging helpful actions, consistent effort, and constructive contributions encourages repetition and strengthens patterns of collaboration and support. Recognition motivates and inspires ongoing engagement and excellence. Practice gratitude even in challenging situations. Finding something to appreciate in difficult moments such as effort, resilience, or intention demonstrates emotional intelligence and maturity. Gratitude under pressure builds trust, fosters resilience, and maintains relational harmony despite adversity. Share the reasons behind your gratitude. Explaining why you value someone's actions or presence deepens understanding and connection. When people understand the effect of their efforts, appreciation feels meaningful rather than perfunctory. Clear communication strengthens emotional bonds. Cultivate patience while practicing gratitude. Consistent acknowledgement over time builds trust and creates an environment of mutual respect. Instant results are less important than habitual reinforcement of value and recognition. Long-term appreciation develops stronger, more resilient relationships. Balance gratitude with constructive feedback when appropriate. Recognizing strengths alongside areas for growth maintains authenticity and encourages holistic development. Appreciation combined with guidance creates trust, fosters growth, and enhances relational dynamics. Encourage others to express gratitude. Sharing acknowledgement within your circle creates a ripple effect, promoting positivity, cooperation, and mutual respect. Collective gratitude strengthens social cohesion and enhances the quality of all interactions. Monitor tone and body language to convey sincerity. Calm, warm, and attentive expression reinforces verbal acknowledgement. Eye contact, gentle gestures, and an open posture ensure that gratitude is received as genuine and heartfelt. Non-verbal cues amplify relational impact. Reflect on the cumulative effect of gratitude in relationships. Regular acknowledgement of contributions, effort, and presence creates a foundation of trust, goodwill, and mutual respect. People who feel consistently valued are more engaged, motivated, and emotionally connected. Recognize that gratitude benefits both giver and receiver. Expressing appreciation increases your own awareness of value, enhances emotional well-being, and strengthens positive social connections. Gratitude is a reciprocal practice that elevates interactions and encourages empathy. Avoid limiting gratitude to major actions or achievements. Daily recognition of small gestures, support, or consideration creates a culture of appreciation. Consistently acknowledging both small and significant contributions reinforces relational strength and emotional closeness. Use storytelling to enhance acknowledgement. Sharing examples of how someone's actions influenced outcomes, inspired others, or improved situations makes gratitude tangible and memorable. Stories communicate impact more effectively than general praise alone. Practice gratitude as a proactive habit rather than reactive response. Anticipating opportunities to appreciate others fosters attentiveness, builds relational intelligence, and encourages sustained positivity. Proactive acknowledgement ensures that appreciation is consistent, meaningful, and influential. Integrate gratitude into professional and personal interactions alike. Recognizing colleagues, friends, and family creates cohesion, morale, and connection across all areas of life. Consistency across contexts strengthens authenticity and reinforces relational bonds. Celebrate growth and progress through acknowledgement. Recognizing improvement, effort, and learning motivates continued development and reinforces the value of persistence. Appreciation communicates that incremental progress is meaningful and worthy of recognition. Expressing gratitude often transforms relationships by reinforcing respect, connection, and trust. Consistent acknowledgement nurtures collaboration, motivates effort, and strengthens emotional bonds. Daily practice of sincere, thoughtful gratitude enhances the quality of every interaction, making relationships more rewarding, meaningful, and enduring.
Chapter 13. Simplify your message to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings.
Clear communication is the cornerstone of understanding and influence, and simplicity is its most powerful tool. Complex language, excessive detail, or overcomplicated explanations often create confusion, misinterpretation, and frustration. When your message is simple, direct, and focused, it resonates more effectively, ensures comprehension, and increases the likelihood of action. Every interaction becomes more productive when people can immediately grasp your meaning without effort or guesswork. Start by identifying the core idea you want to convey. Before speaking or writing, clarify your purpose and the outcome you desire from the conversation. Focusing on a single main point prevents dilution of your message and ensures that your audience retains the most important information. Simplicity begins with clarity of thought. Eliminate unnecessary words and filler content. Phrases that do not add value or that distract from the main point dilute understanding. Each sentence should serve a purpose and guide the listener or reader toward the intended meaning. Brevity and precision enhance comprehension and engagement. Use straightforward language that your audience can easily understand. Avoid jargon, technical terms, or abstract concepts unless they are essential and clearly explained. Simple vocabulary increases accessibility and reduces the risk of misinterpretation. Clear language empowers people to act on your message confidently. Organize your message logically. Present ideas in a sequence that naturally flows, building understanding step by step. A well-structured message reduces cognitive load, reinforces clarity, and prevents confusion. Logical organization strengthens the impact and memorability of your communication. Focus on actionable points rather than abstract ideas. When conveying instructions, feedback, or guidance, highlight specific steps that can be implemented immediately. Practical, tangible directions increase effectiveness and minimize ambiguity. Clear, action-oriented messages produce real results. Eliminate ambiguity by using concrete examples. Illustrating concepts with real-world scenarios makes abstract ideas understandable and relatable. Examples clarify meaning, demonstrate relevance, and reduce the chance of misunderstanding. People absorb information more effectively when they can visualize and connect with it. Avoid overloading your audience with information. Present only what is necessary for understanding or decision-making. Excessive detail can overwhelm and distract from the main point. Prioritizing essential information ensures retention, focus, and engagement. Check for understanding during conversations. Ask questions. Invite feedback or request confirmation to ensure your message is received as intended. This practice prevents assumptions and allows for immediate clarification if confusion arises. Confirmed understanding strengthens communication and prevents errors. Use repetition strategically to reinforce key points. Highlight the most critical ideas multiple times without unnecessary elaboration. Repetition enhances recall and ensures that the audience retains the essential message without adding complexity. Be concise without sacrificing meaning. Remove redundant phrases, unnecessary adjectives, and tangential information while keeping the message complete. Concise communication respects the listener's time and increases attention and comprehension. Prioritize clarity over persuasion in initial communication. Ensure the audience fully understands before attempting to influence or inspire action. Misunderstanding undermines trust and reduces effectiveness, whereas clarity creates a solid foundation for influence. Adapt your message to the knowledge level of your audience, tailoring language, examples, and complexity to their experience ensures comprehension and relevance. Audience-centered communication minimizes confusion and strengthens engagement. Avoid mixed messages by aligning verbal, written, and non-verbal cues. Inconsistencies between words, tone, and body language create misunderstanding and erode trust. Consistent communication reinforces clarity and strengthens credibility. Use summaries to reinforce understanding. Concluding a conversation or presentation with a concise recap of the main points ensures that key ideas are clear and remembered. Summaries consolidate understanding and reduce potential confusion. Be mindful of assumptions and implicit meanings. Avoid leaving critical details unstated or expecting the audience to infer complex ideas. Explicit communication eliminates guesswork and prevents misinterpretation. Focus on one idea at a time. Overloading a message with multiple unrelated points reduces retention and clarity. Sequentially presenting ideas allows the audience to process and absorb each concept fully before moving to the next. Incorporate visuals or written aids when appropriate. Diagrams, bullet points, and charts can simplify complex information, making it easier to grasp. Visual reinforcement complements verbal or written communication and reduces ambiguity. Practice active listening to refine your own clarity. Observing how others respond, asking clarifying questions, and noticing confusion points help you adapt and simplify your message in real time. Listening informs effective communication and ensures understanding. Review and edit messages before sharing. Revising spoken or written content for clarity, conciseness, and logical flow eliminates potential misunderstandings. Careful review ensures that your audience receives the intended meaning accurately. Recognize that simplicity is a skill requiring deliberate practice. It involves distilling ideas, choosing precise language, and anticipating points of confusion. Developing this skill enhances personal influence, strengthens relationships, and increases the effectiveness of every interaction. Encourage feedback about clarity. Inviting others to express what they understood or found confusing creates opportunities for refinement and improvement. Openness to feedback reinforces comprehension and demonstrates respect for the audience's perspective. Avoid unnecessary metaphors or figurative language unless universally understood. Figurative speech can obscure meaning and introduce misinterpretation. Direct language prioritizes understanding over embellishment. Use examples of common experiences to make points relatable. Connecting abstract ideas to familiar scenarios enhances comprehension and ensures your message resonates with the audience. Relatability reduces misunderstanding and increases impact. Be patient when simplifying complex ideas. Breaking down difficult concepts may require repetition, demonstration, or rephrasing. Persistence in clarity ensures that important messages are fully understood without overwhelming the audience. Recognize that simplifying your message does not mean dumbing it down. It means delivering your ideas clearly, precisely, and effectively. Simple communication enhances comprehension while maintaining depth, insight, and credibility. Encourage questions to ensure clarity. Creating space for inquiry allows the audience to address uncertainties and engage actively with the content. Questions reinforce understanding, prevent confusion, and promote meaningful dialogue. Simplifying messages fosters trust and reduces conflict. When people understand your intentions and instructions, they are less likely to misinterpret or react defensively. Clear communications strengthens relationships, collaboration, and efficiency. Reflect on communication outcomes to improve future clarity. Observe which messages were understood easily and which caused confusion, then adjust approaches accordingly. Continuous evaluation and refinement enhance effectiveness and prevent repeated misunderstandings. Prioritize clarity and simplicity in every interaction. By stripping away unnecessary complexity, focusing on core ideas, and tailoring messages to your audience, you ensure that understanding, collaboration, and action are maximized. Clear communication transforms interactions into opportunities for trust, influence, and meaningful connection. Chapter 14. Adapt communication style to connect with different personalities. Connecting with others requires more than speaking clearly. It demands adapting your communication to fit the unique personality and style of each individual. People perceive information, emotions, and intentions differently, and understanding these differences allows you to build stronger relationships, foster collaboration, and influence effectively. Flexibility in communication is not about changing who you are, but about delivering your message in a way that resonates with the listener. Every interaction becomes more meaningful and productive when you tailor your approach to the person in front of you. The first step in adapting your communication style is observation. Pay close attention to how others speak, respond, and interact. Notice their pace, tone, body language, and choice of words. Observing patterns helps you understand preferences and tendencies, allowing you to adjust your approach for maximum impact. Awareness of others' styles is the foundation of adaptable communication. Identify whether someone responds better to facts, stories, or emotions. Some people appreciate data and precise details, while others connect through narrative or personal experience. Matching your communication to their preference ensures your message is understood and valued. When you speak in a way that aligns with their natural processing style, engagement and clarity increase. Adjust your tone to match the context and the individual. Some personalities respond to direct, firm communication, while others prefer a softer, more encouraging tone. Being flexible with tone demonstrates emotional intelligence and fosters trust. Adapting tone does not mean losing authenticity. It means expressing yourself in a way that connects effectively. Consider pacing when speaking. Some individuals think and respond quickly, preferring concise and energetic delivery. Others process information more slowly and benefit from pauses and repetition. Matching your rhythm to theirs prevents miscommunication, reduces frustration, and encourages understanding. Timing and pacing enhance relational rapport. Use body language strategically. People perceive gestures, posture, and facial expressions differently. Some individuals read meaning primarily through visual cues, while others focus on verbal content. Adjusting your body language to complement their preferences reinforces your message and fosters comfort in interaction. Alignment between verbal and nonverbal communication strengthens connection. Listen actively to determine responsiveness. Adaptation requires attention to verbal and non-verbal signals that indicate comprehension, agreement, or discomfort. Observing reactions allows you to adjust phrasing, emphasis, or approach in real time. Active listening ensures that your message lands effectively and is received as intended. Tailor examples and analogies to the individual's background and experience. Using references that resonate with their profession, interests, or life experience makes concepts relatable and easier to understand. Personalizing communication demonstrates consideration and reinforces engagement. Relatability increases receptivity and influence. Adjust the level of detail according to the audience. Some personalities thrive on comprehensive information, while others prefer summaries and key points. Providing too much or too little can cause confusion or disengagement. Matching your depth to their preference enhances clarity and effectiveness. Be mindful of emotional context. Recognize whether the person responds best to encouragement, gentle correction, or logical reasoning. Adapting emotional approach increases the likelihood of cooperation, understanding, and positive interaction. Emotional sensitivity strengthens rapport and influence. Use reflective feedback to gauge understanding. Paraphrase or summarize their statements to confirm comprehension. This practice ensures alignment and demonstrates attentiveness. Reflective feedback reinforces clarity and builds confidence in communication. Practice patience when adjusting styles. Adapting to different personalities requires observation, trial, and flexibility. Some individuals may need repeated engagement before fully responding. Patience ensures that adaptation is thoughtful rather than rushed, fostering long-term relational strength. Avoid assuming that one style works for everyone. Each interaction is unique, and even within similar personality types, preferences may vary. Continuously observe, adjust, and test different approaches to maintain connection and effectiveness. Flexibility prevents misunderstanding and enhances relational intelligence. Incorporate questions to engage and guide conversation. Open-ended questions allow others to express themselves in ways that match their personality, while closed-ended questions can clarify specifics when needed. Strategic questioning adapts interaction to the listener's style and encourages meaningful dialogue. Balance assertiveness with empathy. Some individuals respond best to confident and direct statements, while others need reassurance and sensitivity. Adjusting the blend of assertiveness and empathy ensures your message is both understood and well received. Effective communication requires balancing clarity and compassion. Observe energy levels and adjust accordingly. High-energy personalities may prefer dynamic interaction with quick exchanges, while reflective individuals may benefit from slower, thoughtful conversation. Aligning energy levels reduces tension and encourages cooperation. Awareness of tempo enhances relational alignment. Monitor for signs of disengagement or confusion. When someone appears distracted, frustrated, or overwhelmed, modify your approach immediately. Simplifying language, slowing pace, or shifting tone can restore connection and comprehension. Adaptation requires responsiveness to feedback in real time. Recognize cultural and contextual influences on personality. Communication styles are shaped by upbringing, professional environment, and societal norms. Awareness of these factors allows you to tailor your approach respectfully and effectively. Cultural sensitivity enhances understanding and prevents misinterpretation. Use reinforcement and affirmation strategically. Some personalities thrive on encouragement and recognition, while others prefer subtle acknowledgement. Tailoring reinforcement increases motivation, responsiveness, and engagement. Positive feedback aligned with personality strengthens trust and cooperation. Experiment with multiple communication channels. Some people respond better to verbal conversation, others to written messages or visual materials. Matching the medium to the individual's preference increases understanding, accessibility, and retention. Flexibility in delivery enhances impact. Simplify your language when necessary to avoid overwhelming others. Even when adjusting style for personality, clarity remains critical. Avoid excessive detail, complex terms, or layered concepts if the listener prefers simplicity. Simplicity ensures understanding, regardless of style. Adapt your storytelling approach. Some individuals respond to emotional narratives, others to logical sequences. Structuring stories to fit their preference ensures engagement and comprehension. Tailored narratives reinforce the message and strengthen influence. Recognize that adaptability demonstrates respect. People feel valued when you adjust your approach to meet their needs and preferences. Adaptation communicates attentiveness, empathy, and consideration, enhancing relational trust. Practice observing outcomes to refine adaptability. Evaluate which approaches resonate and which fall short, then adjust future communication accordingly. Continuous refinement develops skill, improves influence, and strengthens connection. Integrate patience and flexibility as consistent habits. Adapting to different personality requires ongoing effort, reflection, and adjustment. Over time, these habits create seamless interactions, minimize conflict, and maximize relational impact. Acknowledge progress in building adaptable communication skills. Recognize improvements in understanding, connection, and effectiveness as you tailor approaches. Celebrating skill development reinforces motivation, confidence, and continued growth. Adapting your communication style unlocks deeper connection, understanding, and influence. Flexibility in approach allows your message to resonate with diverse personalities, strengthens trust, and encourages collaboration. By observing, adjusting, and responding thoughtfully, Every interaction becomes an opportunity to build meaningful relationships and achieve effective communication consistently. Chapter 15. Listen more than you speak to gain deeper understanding. Listening is one of the most powerful tools for understanding, connection, and influence, and mastering it requires discipline, attention, and intention. Speaking less and listening more opens doors to insight that is often missed when we focus primarily on expressing our own thoughts. Every person you encounter has perspectives, experiences, and knowledge that can enrich your understanding if you are willing to truly hear them. Listening deeply is not passive, it is an active, deliberate practice that strengthens relationships, builds trust, and cultivates wisdom. Start by giving your full attention to the speaker. Eliminate distractions. Put aside your phone and focus entirely on the person in front of you. When attention is complete, the other person feels respected and valued, which encourages openness and honesty. Attention is the first step toward meaningful understanding. Practice patience while listening. Allow the other person to express their thoughts fully without interrupting or rushing. Avoid planning your response while they are speaking. True listening requires being present in the moment and fully absorbing what is being communicated. Patience creates space for clarity and depth. Observe tone, body language, and facial expressions in addition to words. People often communicate meaning through nonverbal cues, which reveal emotions, intentions, and subtle nuances that words alone cannot convey. Awareness of these signals deepens comprehension and helps you respond appropriately. Ask clarifying questions when necessary. Gentle, thoughtful questions demonstrate that you are engaged and seeking to understand. Questions should be open-ended and aimed at elaboration rather than challenging or disputing. Clarification ensures accuracy and prevents misinterpretation. Avoid interrupting or finishing the speaker's sentences. Cutting someone off diminishes their voice, disrupts thought flow, and reduces trust. Letting them speak uninterrupted shows respect, encourages openness, and allows you to fully capture their perspective. Listen with empathy. Strive to understand not only the words, but the emotions behind them. Empathetic listening builds connection, validates feelings, and fosters a sense of safety and trust. People are more likely to share openly when they feel understood. Resist the urge to judge or evaluate while listening. Suspend assumptions, biases, and immediate reactions. Listening without judgment allows for a more complete understanding of the speaker's viewpoint and encourages honest communication. Neutrality creates space for deeper insight. Take mental or brief physical notes if needed to remember key points. Remembering details ensures that you respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. Capturing essential elements demonstrates attentiveness and strengthens retention of valuable information. Practice active listening techniques such as nodding, maintaining eye contact, and using affirming words. These cues signal engagement and encourage the speaker to continue sharing. Active listening communicates respect, attentiveness, and presence without interrupting the flow of conversation. Avoid multitasking during conversations. Doing multiple things while someone is speaking diminishes your focus and signals a lack of value for their words. Undivided attention reinforces trust and demonstrates that the conversation matters. Listen for underlying needs, concerns, and motivations. People often express surface-level statements, but deeper meanings may be revealed through emotion, hesitation, or repeated emphasis. Understanding the root of communication allows for more effective response and meaningful engagement. Recognize the difference between hearing and listening. Hearing is passive. Listening is intentional. Hearing words alone, without understanding context, emotion or intent, limits comprehension and connection. Active listening requires focus, empathy and reflection. Respond thoughtfully rather than reflexively. After listening, pause to consider your words and how they address the speaker's message. Thoughtful responses demonstrate that you processed and respected the information shared, creating a deeper dialogue. Practice summarizing or paraphrasing key points. Reflecting back what you heard ensures accuracy, confirms understanding, and communicates attentiveness. Summarization reinforces comprehension for both parties and prevents miscommunication. Allow silence to support listening. Pausing before responding provides the speaker space to think, continue, or elaborate. Silence signals patience, encourages depth, and prevents unnecessary interruption or premature judgment. Avoid turning the conversation toward yourself unnecessarily. Excessive self-reference shifts focus away from the speaker and diminishes understanding. Centering the dialogue on the other person maximizes insight and strengthens relational connection. Be aware of emotional reactions while listening. Strong feelings may arise in response to the content, but managing your reactions preserves objectivity and attentiveness. Controlled emotional responses ensure that listening remains effective and constructive. Notice patterns and recurring themes in conversations. Recognizing repeated ideas, concerns, or emotions can reveal priorities, values, or hidden challenges. Awareness of patterns enhances understanding, anticipates needs, and allows for meaningful dialogue. Practice listening in all types of interactions, including brief or routine exchanges. Every conversation is an opportunity to gain insight, build connection, and learn. Consistent practice develops skill, increases patience, and strengthens relational intelligence. Reflect after conversations to solidify understanding. Review what was said. Consider underlying meanings, and identify lessons or opportunities for action. Reflection reinforces learning and ensures that insights gained through listening translate into thoughtful response and behavior. Encourage others to speak openly by creating a safe and respectful environment. When people feel heard without judgment, they are more likely to share honestly and deeply. Cultivating safety enhances the quality of information received and strengthens trust. Balance, listening with occasional guiding input. While listening is paramount, contributing insights or questions at strategic moments can clarify direction or reinforce understanding. Thoughtful interjections enhance dialogue without diminishing the importance of listening. Recognize that listening is an ongoing skill, not a single act. Mastery develops through continual practice, attention to nuance, and adaptation to different personalities and contexts. Commitment to listening more than speaking builds wisdom, perspective, and relational depth over time. Embrace curiosity while listening. Approach conversations with genuine interest in understanding the other person's perspective, knowledge, and experiences. Curiosity fuels engagement, motivates attentive listening, and uncovers insights that might otherwise be missed. Understand that listening fosters respect, influence, and connection. When you prioritize understanding over speaking, you create trust, build rapport, and encourage cooperation. People respond positively when they feel genuinely heard, and relationships grow stronger as a result. Listening more than speaking transforms interactions into opportunities for learning, connection, and growth. By being patient, attentive, empathetic, and responsive, you gain deeper insight into others, strengthen relationships, and enhance your personal and professional effectiveness. Mastering listening is not only about gathering information, it is about cultivating understanding, trust, and meaningful connection that lasts. Chapter 16. Maintain eye contact to build confidence and trust. Eye contact is one of the most powerful tools you can use to communicate confidence, sincerity, and trust, and mastering it can transform the way people perceive and respond to you. Looking someone in the eyes conveys presence, attention, and respect, instantly creating a stronger connection in every interaction. When you maintain steady and thoughtful eye contact, it signals that you are engaged, honest, and confident, and it allows others to feel seen, heard, and valued. The ability to hold meaningful eye contact is not just about what others think of you, it is also about how you perceive yourself in moments of interaction. Begin by being fully present in the conversation. Distraction breaks eye contact naturally, but when you focus on the person speaking, your eyes naturally reflect attention and care. Presence is the foundation for authentic connection, and it allows your eye contact to feel natural rather than forced. Practice holding eye contact without staring. The goal is to create a balance between engagement and comfort. Too short a glance may seem evasive or disinterested, while too long can feel intimidating. Finding a comfortable rhythm allows trust to build naturally while demonstrating confidence. Use eye contact to reinforce your words. Aligning your gaze with your message adds emphasis and credibility. When speaking, looking directly at someone makes your statements feel more genuine and persuasive, increasing the likelihood that your message is received clearly. Observe the other person's response to your eye contact. People differ in how they feel about eye contact, and adjusting for cultural norms, personal comfort, or situational context ensures that your gaze is effective rather than discomforting. Flexibility demonstrates empathy and awareness. Pair eye contact with other non-verbal cues. A slight smile, an open posture, and relaxed gestures amplify the positive impact of eye contact. These signals work together to communicate warmth, approachability, and confidence, creating an inviting environment for dialogue. Be mindful of your blinking and facial expressions. Rapid or nervous blinking can undermine confidence, while relaxed and natural expressions enhance trustworthiness. Your eyes communicate more than words, and attention to subtle signals reinforces your overall presence. Use eye contact to show attentiveness when listening. Maintaining consistent, respectful gaze demonstrates that you are engaged and value what the other person is saying. People respond positively when they feel fully acknowledged, which strengthens rapport and deepens connection. Practice alternating your gaze when speaking to multiple people. In group settings, shifting eye contact between participants ensures that each person feels included and respected. This approach balances attention while maintaining authority and presence. Combine eye contact with subtle nods to reinforce active listening. Nodding while maintaining gaze signals understanding and agreement, without interrupting the flow of conversation. These cues build trust and encourage continued openness from the speaker. Be aware of nervous habits that can disrupt eye contact. Fidgeting, looking down frequently, or avoiding the eyes can signal insecurity or disinterest. Conscious effort to maintain steady, calm gaze projects confidence and reliability. Use eye contact to build credibility during presentations. Engaging directly with your audience enhances connection and demonstrates authority. People are more likely to trust and follow someone who appears confident and composed through consistent eye engagement. Adapt eye contact for different contexts. In formal situations, slightly longer glances convey authority, while casual conversations may allow for softer, shorter connections. Adjusting intensity based on context ensures comfort and effectiveness for both parties. Pair eye contact with verbal reinforcement. A firm tone, clear articulation, and meaningful pauses, combined with steady gaze, create alignment between message and presence. Consistency between verbal and non-verbal signals strengthens credibility. Observe cultural and personal differences regarding eye contact. In some cultures, extended eye contact is a sign of respect and attention, while in others it may be seen as aggressive. Sensitivity to these differences ensures that your gaze communicates confidence and trust rather than discomfort. Practice mindful breathing to maintain calmness while engaging visually. Nervousness can make eye contact feel strained, but controlled breathing helps you remain composed, present, and natural. Calm presence enhances perception of confidence and trustworthiness. Use eye contact to demonstrate honesty. People instinctively respond to consistent gaze as a signal of truthfulness. When paired with clear and direct communication, eye contact reinforces reliability and integrity. Reflect on feedback from interactions to improve eye contact. Notice whether others appear comfortable, engaged, or responsive, and adjust your approach accordingly. Awareness and adaptation enhance relational effectiveness and personal growth. Build eye contact gradually in uncomfortable situations. Start with short, intentional glances and extend duration over time. Incremental practice develops confidence and reduces anxiety associated with direct engagement. Combine eye contact with attentive listening for maximum relational impact, observing subtle cues in expression and reaction, while maintaining gaze demonstrates deep presence and empathy. Active attention coupled with steady visual connection strengthens understanding and trust. Use eye contact to convey leadership in professional settings. A consistent gaze communicates confidence, decisiveness, and authority. People are more likely to follow and respect those who project assurance and attentiveness visually. Be patient with yourself as you develop this skill. Confidence and trust through eye contact are cultivated through consistent practice and reflection. Each interaction provides an opportunity to improve awareness, presence, and effectiveness. Avoid overthinking or forcing eye contact. Authenticity is essential. Mechanical gaze can feel intimidating or artificial. Let natural focus and genuine attention guide your eyes, and your confidence and trustworthiness will shine through effortlessly. Recognize that eye contact strengthens both personal and professional relationships. It is a silent but powerful form of communication that conveys respect, engagement, and sincerity. Mastering it enhances influence, deepens connections, and fosters mutual trust. In every interaction, maintain eye contact with intention, awareness, and authenticity. Your eyes are a mirror of presence, confidence, and reliability. When practiced consistently, this simple act transforms how others perceive you, strengthens relationships, and builds unshakable trust in every conversation. Chapter 17. Replace criticism with encouragement to motivate positive change. Positive reinforcement has the power to transform behavior, build confidence, and inspire growth. And replacing criticism with encouragement is one of the most effective ways to create meaningful change. Criticism often triggers defensiveness, fear, or resentment, which can block progress and strain relationships. Encouragement, on the other hand, motivates action, fosters self-belief, and strengthens connections. Choosing words that uplift rather than judge allows people to see their potential, focus on improvement, and take responsibility for their own development. Start by noticing the impact of your language. Observe whether your words lift people up or leave them feeling judged. Awareness is the first step toward replacing criticism with constructive encouragement that drives positive change. Focus on behavior rather than the person. Instead of labeling someone as careless or incapable, comment on specific actions or choices. For example, highlighting a missed opportunity for improvement rather than attacking character keeps the conversation productive and motivating. Highlight strengths before suggesting improvement. People are more receptive to feedback when they feel valued and recognized. Begin with acknowledgement of what they are doing well, then guide them toward areas where growth is possible. Positive framing opens minds and hearts. Use clear, actionable suggestions. Encouragement is most effective when paired with guidance on how to improve. Instead of simply saying, "Do better," offer concrete steps that lead to measurable progress. Actionable guidance builds confidence and demonstrates your support. Maintain a calm and supportive tone. How you deliver encouragement influences how it is received. Gentle, affirming language fosters trust and receptivity, while harsh or impatient tones can undermine motivation. Tone is as important as content in shaping outcomes. Celebrate progress, no matter how small. Recognizing incremental improvement reinforces effort and maintains momentum. People respond strongly to acknowledgement of steps forward, which fuels continued growth and engagement. Ask questions that promote reflection. Instead of pointing out faults, invite the individual to consider solutions or alternatives. Questions like, "What approach could make this more effective?" guide them toward ownership and proactive thinking rather than defensiveness. Avoid comparisons to others. Encouragement should focus on personal growth and potential, not on how someone measures up against peers. Comparisons can create insecurity or resentment, while individualized feedback inspires internal motivation and self-improvement. Be consistent with positive reinforcement. Regular encouragement builds a culture of trust and progress. Sporadic praise or criticism confuse and demotivate, but consistent support reinforces effort and strengthens relationships over time. Listen attentively before offering feedback. Understanding the person's perspective ensures that your encouragement is relevant and meaningful. Listening allows you to tailor support in a way that resonates and motivates genuine change. Reframe mistakes as learning opportunities. Instead of criticizing errors, emphasize lessons learned and ways to improve. This approach reduces fear of failure and encourages experimentation, innovation, and growth mindset. Use encouraging body language. Eye contact, nods, and open posture reinforce verbal messages of support. Physical cues convey attentiveness, warmth, and belief in the other person's abilities, enhancing the effectiveness of encouragement. Focus on the future rather than dwelling on the past. Encouragement works best when directed toward potential actions and improvements. Focusing on solutions energizes and motivates, while dwelling on past errors can induce guilt or defensiveness. Model the behavior you want to inspire. Demonstrate patience, resilience, and constructive problem-solving. Leading by example reinforces your words and provides a tangible framework for others to emulate. Acknowledge effort, not just results. Encouragement based on dedication, persistence, and commitment reinforces intrinsic motivation. Celebrating effort creates a positive cycle that encourages continued striving and personal growth. Use positive language strategically. Words like improve, develop, and build suggest potential and possibility, while negative words like fail or wrong emphasize shortcomings. Language shapes perception and drives mindset toward growth rather than fear. Encourage self-reflection. Guide individuals to identify their strengths and areas for improvement independently. Self-awareness fosters accountability, resilience, and internal motivation, making positive change more sustainable. Be specific in your praise. Vague encouragement, like "good job," is less impactful than your explanation was clear and thorough, which helped everyone understand the topic. Specific feedback validates effort and highlights actionable behaviors. Maintain balance between encouragement and challenge. Supportive language should coexist with high expectations that inspire growth. Encouragement without challenge can lead to complacency, while challenge without support can create discouragement. Finding the balance maximizes development. Recognize individual differences in response to encouragement. Some people thrive on verbal affirmation, others on tangible rewards or subtle acknowledgement. Understanding personal motivators allows your support to resonate and inspire effectively. Practice patience with gradual change. Positive transformation takes time, and consistent encouragement sustains effort through challenges, setbacks, and slow progress. Patience communicates confidence in their potential and builds trust in the process. Avoid sarcasm or mixed messages. Even light sarcasm or contradictory statements undermine trust and diminish the impact of encouragement. Clarity and sincerity are essential to ensure your words are motivating rather than confusing. Encourage autonomy and decision-making. Supportive language that empowers individuals to take ownership of their actions increases confidence, accountability, and resilience. Encouragement becomes more effective when it fosters self-reliance rather than dependency. Reflect on your impact regularly. Observe whether your words inspire action, confidence, and growth. Adjust language, tone, and approach based on outcomes to continually enhance your ability to motivate positive change. Encouragement fosters stronger relationships and lasting influence. People are more likely to embrace guidance, adopt new behaviors, and strive for improvement when they feel supported rather than criticized. Positive reinforcement transforms interactions into opportunities for growth, trust, and meaningful connection. Replacing criticism with encouragement shifts energy from judgment to possibility. It empowers individuals to take meaningful steps toward improvement, enhances communication, and strengthens relationships. Intentional encouragement is a skill that, when practiced consistently, motivates lasting positive change and inspires confidence, resilience, and achievement in others. Chapter 18. Speak with confidence to influence and inspire effectively. Confidence in your speech is one of the most powerful ways to influence, inspire, and create meaningful impact, and mastering it transforms every interaction you have. Speaking with conviction immediately captures attention and signals that your message carries weight, authority, and purpose. Confidence is not arrogance, it is the clear and calm expression of your knowledge, preparation, and belief in what you are saying. When you communicate with certainty, people are naturally drawn to listen, understand, and follow your guidance. Begin by knowing your material thoroughly. Preparation breeds confidence. Understanding your topic inside and out allows you to speak with clarity and authority, reducing hesitation and self-doubt. Familiarity with your content creates freedom to express ideas naturally and persuasively. Focus on clarity of thought before speaking. Organize your ideas logically and identify the key points you want to communicate. Clear thinking leads to clear speech, and the listener perceives your confidence when your words flow in a coherent and structured way. Use a firm and steady voice. Volume and tone communicate confidence as much as words themselves. Speak audibly without shouting, and modulate your tone to emphasize important points. A calm, steady delivery conveys control, credibility, and assurance. Maintain intentional body language. Posture, gestures, and facial expressions reinforce verbal confidence. Standing or sitting tall, using purposeful gestures, and maintaining open, relaxed expressions support the impression of authority and influence. Non-verbal communication strengthens the impact of your spoken words. Make deliberate eye contact. Engaging your listener through consistent and thoughtful gaze demonstrates presence, honesty, and confidence. Eye contact connects you to your audience, enhances trust, and reinforces the message you are delivering. Slow down when speaking. Nervousness often leads to rushed speech, which diminishes clarity and reduces perceived confidence. Pausing between thoughts allows your audience to absorb information and gives you a sense of control over your delivery. Thoughtful pacing signals assurance and intentionality. Practice articulation and pronunciation. Words spoken clearly and accurately communicate intelligence and preparation. Mumbling or slurring words undermines authority and makes your message less persuasive. Precision in speech reinforces confidence and professionalism. Use positive and decisive language. Avoid filler words like maybe, or I think, which signal uncertainty. Confident speakers state ideas with conviction, employing words that express certainty, clarity, and purpose. Strong language inspires trust and encourages action. Harness storytelling to engage and influence. Sharing experiences, examples, or anecdotes communicates your points memorably and persuasively. A well-told story combined with confident delivery captivates attention and makes your message more relatable and actionable. Be mindful of your energy. Confidence is conveyed through presence and vitality. Speaking with enthusiasm and authenticity energizes listeners and strengthens their engagement. Your energy reflects belief in your message and draws others toward it naturally. Anticipate potential questions or objections. Preparing for possible challenges enhances your confidence during discussions. Responding calmly, thoughtfully, and knowledgeably demonstrates competence and reinforces your influence. Anticipation reduces anxiety and builds credibility. Adopt a mindset of certainty without arrogance. Confidence is rooted in knowledge and preparation, not the need to dominate or prove superiority. Balancing assertiveness with humility ensures your words inspire respect and collaboration rather than resistance. Focus on your audience. Confident communication considers the listener's needs, understanding, and response. Adjusting tone, pacing, and examples to suit their perspective ensures your message resonates and maximizes influence. Effective confidence aligns with attentiveness and empathy. Practice breathing techniques to maintain composure. Deep, steady breaths reduce tension, improve vocal projection, and support clear articulation. Controlled breathing stabilizes your body and mind, creating a natural, confident presence. Record and review your speech. Observing your delivery helps identify strengths, areas for improvement, and unconscious habits that may undermine confidence. Reflection and practice lead to consistent growth and stronger self-assurance. Use pauses strategically to emphasize key points. Silence can be a powerful tool to draw attention, reinforce importance, and allow your message to sink in. Confident speakers understand the weight of timing in delivering ideas effectively. Seek feedback from trusted individuals. Constructive input from others helps refine your delivery, vocabulary, and presence. Feedback provides perspective, reinforces strengths, and guides improvement, building confidence through informed practice. Visualize success before speaking. Mentally rehearsing your speech, anticipating positive reception, and imagining yourself speaking with authority prepares your mind and body for confident execution. Visualization strengthens belief in your ability to influence and inspire. Focus on solutions and possibilities rather than problems. Confident speakers emphasize constructive action, optimism, and practical strategies. Directing conversation toward outcomes communicates competence and empowers listeners to act. Develop a growth mindset toward public speaking and influence. Recognize that mastery comes with consistent practice, reflection, and adaptation. Each interaction is an opportunity to strengthen skill, build confidence, and enhance your ability to inspire effectively. Cultivate consistency in your message and delivery. Reliable and steady communication builds trust and reinforces credibility. Confidence is amplified when your words align with actions and values, creating integrity that inspires others to follow. Speak with clarity of intention. Know why you are communicating and what impact you want to achieve. Clear purpose strengthens conviction and directs energy toward meaningful influence, ensuring your message is compelling and actionable. Avoid apologetic language that undermines authority. Phrases like "I'm sorry if this is wrong" or "I may be wrong," but weaken confidence. State your ideas with assurance while remaining open to dialogue and collaboration. Strong delivery fosters respect and receptivity. Embrace authenticity. Genuine expression of your ideas and beliefs conveys integrity and reinforces confidence. People respond positively to authenticity because it communicates sincerity and inspires trust. Recognize that speaking with confidence is a skill built over time. Through preparation, practice, observation, and reflection, you develop the ability to influence, motivate, and inspire consistently. Every conversation, presentation, or discussion is an opportunity to strengthen your presence and impact. When you speak with confidence, you create clarity, trust, and inspiration. Your words carry authority, motivate action, and establish credibility. Consistent practice transforms communication into a powerful tool for leadership, connection, and meaningful influence in every area of life. Chapter 19. Resolve conflicts peacefully to protect valuable relationships. Conflict is inevitable in every relationship, but how you handle it determines whether it strengthens bonds or creates lasting damage, and learning to resolve disputes peacefully is one of the most valuable skills for building trust and protecting what matters most. Approaching conflict with calm, clarity, and respect allows for solutions that satisfy all parties and preserve mutual respect. Peaceful resolution is not avoidance. It is intentional engagement with empathy, understanding, and a focus on common ground. When approached correctly, conflict becomes an opportunity to deepen understanding, improve communication, and strengthen relationships rather than fracture them. Begin by managing your own emotions before addressing the issue. Reacting impulsively or defensively escalates tension and clouds judgment. Take a moment to breathe, assess your feelings, and approach the situation with composure. Self-regulation creates a foundation for constructive dialogue and demonstrates maturity. Listen actively to the other person's perspective. Understanding their viewpoint fully is essential for reaching a fair and lasting resolution. Give them space to express concerns without interruption or judgment. Active listening conveys respect and helps uncover underlying needs or motivations that may not be immediately apparent. Acknowledge the other person's feelings genuinely. Recognition of emotions reduces defensiveness and fosters openness. Simple statements like, "I understand this upset you," validate experience without admitting fault unnecessarily. Empathy builds trust and shows that you value their perspective. Focus on the problem, not the person. Avoid personal attacks, blame, or negative labels. Criticizing character escalates conflict and damages relationships. Direct attention to specific behaviors, actions, or situations that need resolution. Keeping the discussion objective allows solutions to emerge without resentment. Communicate clearly and calmly. Use concise language, steady tone, and neutral body language. Avoid raising your voice or making sweeping statements. Clarity and calmness prevent misinterpretation and demonstrate control, encouraging the other person to engage constructively. Identify shared goals or common ground. Emphasizing mutual interests helps shift focus from opposition to collaboration. Highlighting shared priorities reminds both parties of the value of the relationship and the benefits of working toward a solution together. Use questions to encourage dialogue rather than confrontation. Open-ended inquiries like, "What do you think will help us resolve this?" invite participation and promote cooperation. Thoughtful questioning signals that you are seeking understanding rather than dominating the conversation. Take responsibility for your own role in the conflict. Recognizing mistakes or contributions to the issue sets a tone of accountability. Demonstrating willingness to adjust or compromise encourages reciprocity and mutual problem-solving. Explore solutions collaboratively. Brainstorming potential resolutions together increases commitment to agreed-upon outcomes. Encourage creative thinking and flexibility, keeping the relationship at the forefront of decisions. Cooperation fosters long-term respect and collaboration. Practice patience throughout the process. Resolving conflicts often takes time, reflection and multiple conversations. Rushing toward a solution can create superficial agreements that fail to address underlying issues. Patience allows for careful consideration and more enduring resolutions. Avoid bringing up past grievances unnecessarily. Focusing on the current issue prevents escalation and ensures that discussions remain productive. Bringing unrelated conflicts into the conversation can overwhelm the process and create additional friction. Set boundaries respectfully when necessary. Protecting personal limits while maintaining dialogue preserves dignity and prevents resentment. Clear communication about expectations, space, or acceptable behavior supports a healthier and safer resolution process. Reframe the conflict as an opportunity for growth. Viewing disputes as a chance to improve communication, understanding, and collaboration encourages constructive engagement rather than defensive reactions. A growth-oriented mindset reduces tension and strengthens relationships over time. Seek to understand motivations, not just positions. People often express demands or complaints without articulating the underlying reasons. Clarifying motivations allows for solutions that satisfy needs, rather than simply appeasing surface concerns, creating more sustainable outcomes. Maintain focus on long-term relationship health rather than short-term victory. Prioritizing reconciliation over winning prevents bitterness and preserves trust. The goal of peaceful resolution is to strengthen connection, not assert dominance or prove correctness. Use neutral language to diffuse tension. Avoid words that inflame, belittle, or judge. Choosing calm, respectful, and solution-focused language encourages cooperation and signals a commitment to mutual respect. Consider timing and setting carefully. Addressing conflicts in private, calm environments enhances receptivity and reduces defensiveness. Public confrontation often escalates tension and undermines resolution efforts. Thoughtful context supports productive discussion. Recognize non-verbal cues in yourself and others. Body language, facial expressions, and tone can reveal emotions that words may not convey. Awareness of these signals allows you to adjust approach, maintain calm, and respond appropriately. Be willing to compromise when necessary. Flexible solutions often satisfy all parties better than rigid demands. Compromise demonstrates respect for others' needs and reinforces collaboration and trust. Follow up after resolution to ensure understanding and agreement. Checking in demonstrates commitment to the relationship and confirms that solutions are effective. Follow-up builds accountability and reinforces mutual respect. Reflect on lessons learned from each conflict. Understanding triggers, communication patterns, and effective strategies enhances your ability to navigate future disputes. Reflection promotes personal growth, emotional intelligence, and stronger interpersonal skills. Model peaceful conflict resolution in all interactions, demonstrating calm, respectful, and solution-focused engagement inspires others to adopt similar approaches. Leadership through example reinforces a culture of respect, understanding, and cooperation. Avoid letting pride obstruct resolution. Humility and willingness to acknowledge errors foster goodwill and openness. Prioritizing relationship preservation over ego strengthens bonds and sets a foundation for trust. Recognize that conflict resolution is an ongoing skill. Each interaction is an opportunity to refine approach, develop patience, and enhance emotional awareness. Commitment to learning and applying effective strategies ensures continuous improvement in both personal and professional relationships. Peaceful conflict resolution strengthens relationships, protects trust, and fosters deeper understanding. By managing emotions, listening actively, communicating clearly, and collaborating respectfully, you create an environment where disputes become opportunities for growth rather than sources of division. Mastering this skill safeguards what is valuable, nurtures long-term connection, and cultivates resilience in all interactions. Chapter 20. Practice daily reflection to improve communication and connection. Daily reflection is the most powerful habit for mastering communication, deepening relationships, and transforming your interactions, and committing to it consistently can elevate every conversation you have. Taking time each day to review your words, actions, and reactions creates self-awareness, allowing you to recognize patterns that either strengthen or hinder connection. Reflection is not criticism or self-judgment. It is an intentional, honest evaluation of how effectively you express yourself, listen, and respond, and it provides the insight needed to grow continuously. When practiced regularly, it sharpens your emotional intelligence, improves empathy, and cultivates the presence required to engage with clarity and impact. Begin by setting aside quiet time to focus solely on your communication experiences. Eliminate distractions and allow yourself to recall conversations from the day with attention to detail. Consider what went well, what could have been expressed more clearly, and how your tone, body language, and word choice affected the outcomes. This mindful attention turns ordinary interactions into opportunities for growth. Assess how effectively you listened. Reflect on whether you were fully present, if you interrupted, or if assumptions colored your understanding. Honest evaluation of your listening habits identifies areas for improvement and reinforces the importance of active attention in building trust and rapport. Examine your tone and word choice. Words carry power beyond their literal meaning. Reflect on whether your language conveyed respect, clarity, and encouragement, or if it unintentionally caused confusion, defensiveness, or disengagement. This awareness allows you to adjust your future communication for maximum positive impact. Observe your body language and nonverbal cues. Posture, gestures, eye contact, and facial expressions can enhance or undermine your spoken words. Reflect on how your presence influenced the conversation and whether it aligned with the message you intended to convey. Nonverbal awareness strengthens credibility and connection. Identify moments when emotions influenced your communication. Consider instances where stress, frustration, or excitement may have shaped your reactions or words. Recognizing emotional triggers enables you to manage responses more effectively and approach future interactions with calm and balance. Highlight successes and what you handled well. Reflection is not only about improvement, it also reinforces confidence and reinforces productive habits. Celebrating effective communication behaviors encourages their repetition and build self-assurance in all interactions. Pinpoint misunderstandings and their causes. Analyze situations where your message was unclear or misinterpreted. Understanding the root of miscommunication, whether due to word choice, timing, or assumptions, equips you to prevent similar issues in the future. Consider the needs and perspectives of others in your reflection. Evaluate whether you acknowledged their viewpoints, asked thoughtful questions, and demonstrated empathy. Reflection fosters a deeper understanding of others and informs strategies to enhance connection and collaboration. Record your reflections in writing. Journaling thoughts, experiences, and insights creates a tangible record of your growth. Written reflection enables you to track patterns over time, recognize improvement, and identify recurring challenges that require attention. Set specific goals based on your reflections. Identify actionable steps for the next day, week, or month, focusing on 1 or 2 areas for improvement. Concrete goals translate insight into behavior change and maintain momentum towards stronger communication skills. Visualize how you could handle past conversations differently. Imagine applying new strategies, adjusting tone, or responding more effectively to challenging situations. Visualization strengthens preparation and builds confidence for real-life application. Seek feedback from trusted colleagues, friends, or mentor. Reflection is enhanced by external perspectives that highlight blind spots and offer constructive insight. Incorporating feedback with personal reflection accelerates growth and improves relational outcomes. Reflect on your ability to adapt to different personalities. Consider how well you adjusted your communication style, respected differences, and fostered inclusion. Understanding your adaptability strengthens influence and deepens interpersonal effectiveness. Evaluate your consistency in expressing honesty, trustworthiness, and respect. Reflection helps you determine whether your communication aligns with your values and reinforces integrity in every interaction. Consistency builds credibility and nurtures long-term relationships. Review conflicts or disagreements. Analyze how they unfolded, your role in the dynamics, and whether the outcome preserved connection or caused tension. Reflection in these moments teaches strategies for peaceful resolution and proactive engagement. Identify patterns of recurring miscommunication. Noticing trends allows you to address root causes systematically rather than reacting reactively. Awareness of patterns empowers deliberate change and continuous improvement. Reflect on moments when encouragement and positive reinforcement influenced others. Understanding the impact of supportive communication reinforces its use and helps you cultivate an environment of motivation, growth, and trust. Consider how your daily reflection improves your empathy. By evaluating your interactions thoughtfully, you become more attuned to others' emotions, perspectives, and needs, which strengthens connection and collaboration. Make reflection a consistent habit rather than a sporadic activity. Daily practice ensures continuous learning, adaptation, and refinement of your communication skills. Regular reflection transforms experiences into actionable insight and sustained personal growth. Use insights from reflection to plan for tomorrow. Identify specific ways to communicate more clearly, listen more effectively, and respond with patience and understanding. Applying daily lessons proactively ensures progressive improvement and meaningful relationships. Recognize that reflection is a form of self-respect and investment in your personal growth. The time you dedicate to understanding your communication shapes your ability to connect deeply, influence effectively, and foster trust. Commit to long-term practice. The benefits of reflection compound over time, strengthening self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and relational skill, persistence transforms ordinary conversations into deliberate, impactful, and empowering interactions. Through daily reflection, every exchange becomes an opportunity to learn, adjust, and improve. Consistent evaluation of words, actions, and emotional responses empowers you to communicate with clarity, presence, and authenticity. Over time, this practice builds stronger connections, enhances influence, and cultivates the trust and understanding that form the foundation of meaningful relationships.